Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders for 2021. The debate lasts for 10 sitting days. Therefore, the last day for debating the motion is Thursday, 16th March 2023. In this regard, and by practice, the last 3 days are reserved for the executive to debate and respond to the issues raised by the backbenchers. This means that starting from Tuesday, 14th March 2023, priority will be given to honorable ministers to debate the motion before its conclusion on Thursday, 16th March 2023. I thank you. Matters of urgent public importance. Honorable members, I think we were guided on Tuesday, so we can follow the guide that was given on Tuesday through the Second Deputy Speaker's announcement. We'll start with the Honorable Member for Petauke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Petauke this opportunity to raise a matter of urgent public importance, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the matter is directed to the Minister of Home Affairs. Madam Speaker, the matter is about homosexual, LGBTQ. To be specific. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the good people of Petauke, they are asking the Minister of Home Affairs, they saw what happened and the concerns of the people, as Zambia is a Christian nation, and we need, as leaders, to protect the Christianity values and our culture. Madam Speaker, there were some people arrested who were practicing this. But when they were arrested, Madam Speaker, they were charged with giving false information and also unlawful assembly or procession. But according to the laws of Zambia, practicing homosexuality is a crime punishable by law. Section 155 and 157 of the Penal Code, Chapter 87 of the laws of Zambia. Criminalities same-sex conduct between consenting adults in addition. Zambia is a Christian nation and the government doesn't champion homosexuality, and the president was very clear. But these who were arrested, Madam Speaker, they were not charged with this charge. They were only charged with giving false information. Now the good people of Petauke, they want to know, Madam Speaker, because that offense, those flags, they were lifting. They were very clear that they were practicing, and they were expecting to see this code, section 155 and 157, the good people of Petauke in practice. So we seek your guidance, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lumezi.
Thank you, very kind Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the people of Lumezi intend to address a matter of public emergency important on the Honorable Minister of Agriculture. Madam Speaker, we've had an erratic supply of fertilizer for the last two farming seasons. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Agriculture has advertised for the procurement of fertilizer and deliberately not advertised D-compound, which is supposed to be 120,000 metric tons. Madam Speaker, this matter is so important because of two things. Number one, it is rumored that not rumored, it is going to happen. 120,000 metric tons of fertilizer is reserved to be given to United Capital Fertilizer. They are going to single source United Capital Fertilizer. This is a company, Madam Speaker, that has only been on the market for less than 2 years. This is a company, Madam Speaker, that when we debate here, some members are even summoned because of how much influence it has on the Ministry of Agriculture. Madam Speaker, if this matter is not addressed as to why the fertilizer D-compound is not being advertised, our people in Lumezi are again going to suffer with the delays of receiving farming inputs. Madam Speaker, this United Capital Fertilizer will soon be selling its shares to the government of the Republic of Zambia. Madam Speaker, we seek your serious indulgence on this matter because it should not be a habit that fertilizer should not be delivered in Lumezi on time because of single sourcing United Capital Fertilizer. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kanchivia.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in accordance with Standing Orders number 134, and I bring an issue affecting our smallholder farmers in Kanchivia, in particular cassava farmers, who've lost large tracts of cassava due to the brown streak disease. Madam Speaker, during the ESNA Summit 2023 in Doha, the government of the Republic of Zambia made representation on traditional farming practices, as well as how smallholder farmers could be mobilized for increased food production and food security. My matter of urgent public importance, Madam Speaker, would ordinarily be directed to the Minister of Agriculture, but I know that he was not in Doha. I seek to direct my matter of public urgent importance to the leader of government business in the House to brief the farmers in Kanchivia on the resolutions of the ESNA Summit 2023 and how this could avert the looming hunger, as well as how it could provide or how interventions are being mobilized or put together to ensure there's increased food production as well as food security for our people. Madam Speaker, I submit.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Pambashe.
I thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my matter of urgent public importance is directed at the Minister of Education. This is to do with the disturbance that occurred on Tuesday at the University of Zambia. They fear, Madam Speaker, if the Minister of Education does not update the nation and the Parliament, there was a near protest and near punch at University of Zambia, Great East Road campus, where students were demonstrating and threatening the peace and life of Zambian who uses the Great East Road for their day-to-day activities, and bearing in mind that the University of Zambia Great East Road campus is near to the business center called the East Park Mall. Therefore, I seek your guidance on why the Minister of Education is kept quiet as though nothing happened, and he has not updated this August House and the people of Zambia and the people of Lusaka and the parents whose students are at the University of Zambia. I seek your guidance, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member from Pika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on a matter of urgent public importance pursuant to Standing Order number 134, directed at the Minister of Water Development and Sanitation. Madam Speaker, we have in my constituents Chikwanda community, which has a population of more than 7,000 people. This community, Madam Speaker, is having a very serious water shortage. Right now, people are drawing water from a nearby contaminated stream because there is no provision of water. Madam Speaker, this community is where the new project is, where the source of water for the new project is, but the people are not supplied with this water. Instead, the water pipe just passes through this community and goes to the Boma without having connections for the people to have access to water. Madam Speaker, I therefore seek your guidance on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll start with the matter that was raised by the Honorable Member of Parliament for Petauke, that issue of LGBT. This issue, Honorable Member for Petauke, it was discussed last week, where the Minister of Home Affairs made a ministerial statement over the same. Just to let you know that the House does not repeat itself. So this issue is not admissible. Then we move on to the Honorable Member for Lumezi, who talked about the erratic supply of fertilizer the last 2 seasons. And then he went on to say that the minister had not advertised the purchase of compound D, and that they are going to single source from capital fertilizers. And that is people from Lumezi, they need the fertilizer on time. Honorable Member, this matter is not admissible, because you clearly stated that the last 2 seasons, the situation has just been the same. And then advert on procurement of fertilizer, we are told, sorry about that. What you can do, Honorable Member, you can raise a question specific to the Minister of Agriculture so that he can attend to all your queries. Because the way it is now, you raise the issue of capital fertilizer to be single sourced. We don't know, I don't know whether that is true. So it's better that you find out, because the matter is very important, but it does not qualify under Standing Order 134. It has been ongoing. So you can raise a question so that the Honorable Minister can come back to you with an explanation and to even verify whether they are going to single source from capital fertilizers. The honorable member for Kanchivia talks about the small-scale farmers who produce cassava in his constituency, and he learned that actually during the summit in Doha, which just ended, there was a presentation in there talking about the small-scale farmers. Again, honorable member, this is not an urgent matter. What you can do, you can bring it through a question. These matters are brought when there's a catastrophe. Are we expecting death or something like that, a disaster? So you can bring up this matter in a question form. The honorable member for Pambashi talked about the disturbance by the students from UNZA, threatening the peace of the people using the greatest road, and there haven't been any update from the Minister of Education. Again, from the announcement that was made, this is not widespread or it's not a national issue, but I don't know whether the Minister of Education can say something over the same. The Honorable Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. From the onset, I want to say that there was no peace which was threatened. I will explain to you. Many of you want to be doing politics in a university. Will not allow that. I banned politics in our school systems. And no one will do that. As long as I remain Minister of Education, I'm not going to allow that. First of all, Madam Speaker, you will recall that the disturbance was brought here at Parliament. And many members of Parliament were talking variously to the students. I was only told that they had marched when I was still in the office. And I came here to find out what was the problem was. But let me just state this. As the students were marching from their university into East Park to here, they were calm and collected. They never smashed anything. They were very, if you like, ruddy. Unlike previously when they would be disturbed by the police and they became unruly. And exactly this is what happened. So, Madam Speaker, as I was coming, I found my colleague, Honorable Nkombo and Honorable Mposha, explaining to the students the issue at hand is about water and sanitation in a university, a legacy problem. But let me just remind you, Madam Speaker, even before the students decided to demonstrate, I had called the university management to exactly inquire about sanitation and water in the university. Way before that. And I reminded the students, the time that we went back, I said, even before you did this, I was on top of things. What it is that, Madam Speaker, legacies do not finish over time. When you damage a country for 10 years, do not think that somebody will repair it in one day. They were also talking, what actually is making sanitation and water situation there is that the hostels, which were supposed to ease accommodation, were stored for 10 years. And this is why we are now in the process, even today we are discussing it, we are in the process to redo the contracts in order for them to finish those hostels so that many of the kids get out of that unsanitary condition. Madam Speaker, I must admit Normal human beings don't behave like that to keep children in such a state. For over a long time, you do that. One other thing that we did, Madam President, with the Minister of Water, we had to sink another borehole.
Point of order.
You said you wanted me to tell you. So the other issue, Madam Speaker, was that even before that,
Order, Honorable Minister. Order, Honorable Members. I think we had started on a good note. The thing is that, Honorable Members, let's take this as a ministerial statement so that because the minister is able to respond immediately. That is what our standing orders say. So there will be a time, Honorable Members, when you'll be asked to put in supplementary questions, which I believe anyone who is disputing what the minister is talking about can raise a question so that the minister can respond. So, Honorable Minister, I think the issue here, without maybe bringing in the leader of opposition, please just please just be specific to the issue without bringing in other words.
But let him withdraw. He has to withdraw.
Order, Honorable Members.
He has to withdraw.
Order, Honorable Members. When I say other words, we are talking about issues or words that are provoking or words that are bringing tension in the House. I know the minister is capable of doing that. May the Honorable Minister continue.
Madam Speaker, the words legacy are permissible. We can say these things. You must have a thick skin in order to understand these things.
Order, Honorable Members, let's not debate while seated. Let's not debate while seated. I think we have our standing orders here, which says a member shall not interrupt another member. In this case, the minister is giving a ministerial statement. Let us not interrupt. We want to hear what the minister has for the whole nation regarding the matter that has been raised.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sure the Speaker has directed. So, Madam Speaker, what happened? Immediately I came here, my colleagues were still explaining to the students. I came and gave them a brief of what we had done already at the ministry. And the students agreed to go back to campus. And we went there. I said, let's go and have a cordial, if you like, discussion. I went with the Honorable Nkombo and the Honorable Mposha, and we had a discussion. First of all, the students themselves started talking about why they had to do that. And we explained to them, even when I explained to them that even before you decided to do this, I had already started doing all this. Honorable Mposha also explained to the students that this is why we had to sink another borehole, which was not there for ages, if you like. So the borehole was sunk, but it is not enough to circulate the entire university. And so we are still willing to do another borehole until we satisfy the students. I also, Madam Speaker, directed management to start checking on how to rehabilitate the damaged sanitary, if you like, sewer pipe and the infrastructure inside the hostels. And so we had a cordial discussion. We spent about, how long, my brother? 3? About 3 hours engaging one another, and they understood where we were coming from. So they even said, we are happy that there's a difference. We are able to engage us as ministers. We have never seen this kind of behavior coming from ministers of the state. So this is what we did, and I directed the resident engineer to say that put up money, because as loans and scholarships board, we give the university money for accommodation. Where does it go over the years? Where was it going? And so this is the change of tactic in the way you see the university. And Madam Speaker, because also Ridgeway campus was there, I told them, I said, I was a lecturer at Ridgeway campus for 20 years. The buildings that I left there, which could accommodate 60 students, including the bisection room, it is dilapidated. And last year I had to engage the Japanese ambassador how we can go and check on the dissection room. The over-enrollments over the time at Ridgeway campus were unprecedented. They could not match the infrastructure. So even on that day, I had gone to see the Japanese ambassador over the same, only to hear that at 14 hours, the kids were here. So I explained to them all these things, which they adequately understood. With my colleagues here, we left in harmony, but we also told the students, unlike previously, when you'll be throwing stones, you marched peacefully. The police escorted them up to here. The police escorted them up to the university. Even when we were addressing them, the police were free, and the kids were peaceful. Not throwing tear gas anyhow, no. So I hope I have adequately answered. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to allow supplementary questions. The honorable member for Pambashi, the owner of the matter.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. That cordial where students sing, Vamposha, ya Murivaoyo, Finchi Mukwete, that was very cordial. The meaning, I'm going to interpret.
We are interested in the question.
Yes, I'm interpreting the Madam Speaker. The meaning, well, the MP for Monari, you are not useful. I didn't want to use that term, Madam Speaker. You are not useful. And in over one ball, it takes 3 hours. The Madam Speaker, as the former Vice Chairperson for PPP Council, in charge of the private part, when the East Park Mall was being extended, the car park on the east part interfered with the water system at University of Zambia, and gradual investment was directed to sink 2 extra boreholes at University of Zambia to replace the loss of water. And it is shocking to hear the minister to say he has done sinking. That sinking was done, that bore was done by gradual investment, the owners of East Park. And they are still remaining with one borehole. Now the question, Minister. Minister, the question is, do you think a cordial relationship with the students can take the 3 ministers 3 hours in negotiating over water situation, and you call that cordial? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Education.
You see, when you are not a dictator, and when we went there, we are not negotiating with anybody. It was a discussion with them, a cordial discussion. There was nobody who showed acrimony. either the students or ourselves. I don't understand what you are saying when he just arrived here, where they sang that song. I know where that was coming from. I know where that was coming from. And how does he know the song? So colleagues, let me just even remind ourselves. Me, I do a lot of research, and I know what was obtaining. The reason why the students could not go ahead when I came on the scene after my colleague, when I explained to them that even when, because coincidentally, how come is it that when I met management 2 days before that, was it meant to preempt me so that we are already doing this or not? So I think my colleague from Pambacha, you are mistaken, because the borehole I'm talking about is a different one from what you are telling us. It's different. It's a recent part of it. The president had said, you sink one. And the sinking came from water. And not what you are saying today. Okay? It's different. So that one is a recent one. The one you're talking about came before this one. Even then, even if we sank another one, water is still not enough. Okay? So I apologize for misleading. Huh? He has adequately misled the House and the country and himself. But fortunately enough, I've corrected you, and you are even.
Thank
So,
you.
so, Madam Speaker, I think I've adequately answered my colleague. I'm his reverend, so he knows that.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chitambo.
Madam Speaker, the minister's statement, which we are referring to as a ministerial statement, which is supposed to be policy in nature, to me it appears like the minister here, from his tone and demonstration, it appears being reactive and not proactive. And Minister, I'm looking at communication channels between your office, the management, and the students' management. You did indicate to the House that you were on top of things, of wanting to go and sort out the problems which are at the university. And according to you, Minister, you knew about all these challenges. Would you tell the nation, Minister, that you had meetings in the past with the students to assure them of these problems before they could even rise to start protesting? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Education.
Madam Speaker, you are MP for what? Chitambo. Yeah. MP for Chitambo.
Yes.
I have had no previous meetings with students. I have had meetings with management. So in case because you are saying I was reactive, no. To the contrary, I was proactive. Because the channels are that if council is there, I go through council. Management goes through council, and council comes to me. It's only that when there are so many exigencies, you have to be above everybody. This is why I had not to go to see the students. Yeah, as simple as that. So, my brother, I was very, very proactive.
Yes.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mitete.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, thank you so very much in the first place to have reintroduced the student meal allowances. Thank you. Thank you again that the students were not unruly like before.
You've mentioned of the hostels, and the yet one more borehole to be sunk. When are we expecting this second borehole? And make mention of the hostels. They are long overdue. Minister, thank you so much.
The Honorable Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Yes, indeed, we introduced the meal allowance, which was scrapped a long time ago. And we are yet to give the University of Zambia their meal allowance. The only thing that is delaying is because the other kids were writing supplementary exams. So we cannot give meal allowances here now, because when the results are out, we would have known who has passed, who is proceeding, who is going on part-time. Otherwise, the framework on giving meal allowance for the kids at the University of Zambia is already in place. We are hoping that the results will be out either tomorrow or next week. The idea is that the children should not starve. Unfortunately enough, Madam Speaker, I will share with you a sorry way of keeping students. For some of those students used to go to become watchmen, especially the boy child. You go and become a watchman the whole night. You come back to the university to go, and then you are awake the whole night. So it was creating a lot of problems for our kids. And hence probably such redirection from the university, because they had to feed themselves. Coming to the second borehole, I asked the resident engineer to quickly assemble a team. In fact, a team of water and education are sitting next week in order to see how we shall quickly put up another borehole, just to ease the suffering, especially of the girl child. And as you might be aware, in a sanitary, if sanitation is quite bad, the people who are usually hard hit are girls. So we are actually in a hurry to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chama North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for that ministerial statement. It is our desire that whenever students want to air their grievances, they must do so peacefully without breaking public and private property. Honorable Minister, you are saying that the students were ruling. Are you giving a green light that now students can protest, march, as long as they remain peaceful without obtaining a police permit?
The Honorable Minister of Education.
Well, probably this is why this government wants to repeal that act which requires people to go and get permits in order to do demonstrations. But it is desirable that the students also sit down with the relevant authorities even before they want to show, if you like, their displeasure about what is happening. You know, in psychology, we do not look at the consequences of a behavior. We look at the antecedents of the behavior. So we don't say, look at the consequences. We say that what led to this. So the antecedents of the behavior is what you deal with and not the consequences of the behavior. Like you said, it is desirable that the students, when they are actually frustrated, they use and exhaust the channels. For example, maybe they could have gone to the council if they had exhausted with the management. And if they had exhausted with management, with council, and they didn't feel that they were being answered properly, then they can engage their last throw, who is a minister. So it is indeed desirable. We are not saying that at any moment, at any time you wake up, you say, we want to demonstrate. because that also eats in their time. Okay? 1 hour of a loss in a university is more than 6 months, that I can tell you. You can't recover. And all those years that universities were used to be closed, especially in the one-party state, we lost 50 years of education. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Solwezi East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for recognizing the people of Solwezi East. To make a follow-up question to the Minister. Minister, I like the way you are passionately elaborating your issues concerning the University of Zambia. I just want to find out, if you look at the sanitation, apart from that, you have the road network in the University of Zambia is so pathetic. Out of what you have said, and there is also a more East Park there, is the University of Zambia getting anything from that infrastructure which can actually enable them even to work on the road network, because it's too pathetic to actually drive in the University of Zambia? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Education.
Madam Speaker, I cannot say it off cuff what they are getting from East Park, my brother. I need to go and consult. And this is where we are trying to run away from, not for the minister to micromanage universities. World over, universities depend on council, and councils make decisions. As for the University of Zambia, we have a caretaker council, and we shall soon be announcing all the councils for all the public universities. Cabinet has already ratified the names of councillors in all the public universities. So we try to run away from micromanaging a university as a ministry. And this is how the world order works as far as universities are concerned. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Nalolo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for your responses. Honorable Minister, I take note you said you may need to check, but just in seeking clarity, the PPP between Grandeur Properties and the University of Zambia, does it still provide the obligation to Grandeur Properties to support in terms of water sanitation? Because when that PPP was being signed, it was extended from what it was to the second phase. A lot of environmental proponents clearly stated that it will block the water table into the University of Zambia, and actually as far as other areas. So I just wanted to find out if you have any information on that. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Naroro. I don't have that information. I may have to ask the council. Thank you.
The Honorable Member from Kana.
Madam Speaker, I just wish to report that I was one of the people that stopped by on Tuesday to speak to the students, because I found the gate closed and officers were directing members of parliament to use the other gates. Now, in my view, I thought that the leadership was needed. Honorable Minister, in my interaction with a student when I stopped by, the issue the students were lamenting on is that of promises that apparently never gets to be fulfilled. You know, they intimated that they've had engagements with the Member of Parliament for a quite number of times, and they feared that if they moved from there, it will still remain the story of promises. And you have alluded in your response, Honorable Minister, that, and I want to agree with you, that the solution to the problem of sanitation could be completing the hostels that were started. The issue of time frame in dealing with this problem, Honorable Minister, have you agreed tentatively with the students as to when government is going to handle this problem, either working on fixing the sanitation system or completing the hostels? Have you agreed on the time frame, which seems to have been the major source of concerns for the student? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Member of Parliament for Nkana. And what we agreed was not really like a fixed time frame. I said to the students and the resident engineer, start working on the students' hostels, especially on sanitation. All right? That is a matter of urgency. And we cannot finish everything to say maybe within 3 months, within 2 weeks, or whatever. It will be a process. Because if you check all the hostels, the damage is huge. And sometimes when we replace, there's also vandalism. We don't know who usually goes into, but they even steal systems. You know? So whoever goes inside and does that, we also appeal to the students that be on the lookout because this is your property. Huh? If you still remember, if you were born at that time, when there was real Zambia railways, they used to write Irishitima Chipechen. Huh? So take care of it. This train is your property. Take care of it. Ejitima ndubonurwen. Amujilangi. That's another version. The same.
Meaning what, Honorable Minister?
It's the same. The same translation of this train is your property. Please take care or look after it. So this is what we're also telling the students, so that they must look after their property and guard it jealously. In terms of hostels, because the contractors disengaged a long time ago, they are the ones that were trying to negotiate and see, because at that time when they were engaged, the dollar was a little bit normal, if you like. So, but we are in a hurry to quickly remove some of the students in these rooms. That is where the problem is coming from. And I was being informed by the same students to say that one toilet, 50 students sit on it. So we cannot afford to do that. So I think that within a short period of time, that is my desire in order to see the University of Zambia going back to its original form. Thank you.
We'll have the last member, the Honorable Member for Kaumbwe.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, to allow me to ask a follow-up question to the Minister of Education. Minister, you have alluded to say that you are on top of things to actually preempt the problems that are at Unza based on water and sanitation. And from your solution of putting up a new borehole, it shows that the demand, water demand, is more than the water supply. Now, the solution that you have given is that to put up 2 new boreholes. What immediate short measure have you put in place before the actualization of this very good solution that you have put across? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Education.
Yeah, the short measure, Honorable MP for Kaumbwe, is to quickly actually do the borehole. That's the shortest measure. Otherwise, you want me to say that we shall also start using water bowsers. If that can work, we can do. But we are talking about water going into the hostels themselves. But so the shortest, if you like, intervention is to quickly deal with the borehole itself. Thank you.
Thank you. We make progress. Question for oral answer understanding order number 76. The Honorable Member for Chitambo.
Question number 189. Thank you.
Thank you. This question will be answered by the Acting Minister of Health. The Acting Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Member for Chitambo has asked the Minister of Health, A, whether the government is aware of an outbreak of a strange disease that is causing patients to shake and become weak in the following areas in the Central Province. 1, Kanona Ward in Serenge District. 2, Chitambo Ward in Chitambo District. And B, if so, what the cause of the disease is. C, what urgent measures are being taken to contain the disease. Madam Speaker, in A, the government is aware of the strange disease in the following areas in Central Province, as indicated, Kanona Ward in Serenge District and in Chitambo Ward in Chitambo District. The House may wish to note that on the 20th of September 2022, government through the Ministry of Health responded to an alert concerning employees of the Southern African Ferro Alloys Limited, SAFAO, who presented the loss of balance, tremors, impaired speech, drooling, uncomfortable drooling, dropping of saliva from the mouth, and decreased movements. Our health records, Madam Speaker, indicate that 28 people have shown the above symptoms so far, and there has been no mortality associated to the disease. Occupational Health Safety Institute, OC, under the Ministry of Labor, was notified and blood samples were taken from 281 employees to determine the cause of what contributed to the problem. The results revealed that 271, which is 96.4% of the employees had blood levels of manganese above the normal, or had in the blood levels manganese above the normal level. Results, Madam Speaker, showed ranges of 0.116 to 0.623 parts per million. The average was 0.244 parts per million. The normal range is 0.005 parts per million to 0.02 parts per million. Therefore, Madam Speaker, the strange disease that was observed was manganism or manganese poisoning. In B, if so, what the cause of the disease is, now that this has been identified, Madam Speaker, the disease resulted from repeated occupational exposure to manganese. Manganism or manganese poisoning is a toxic condition resulting from chronic exposure to manganese. It is mainly manifested as a neurological disorder with symptoms that include tremors, difficulty walking, and facial muscle spasms. Madam Speaker, the House may wish to note that the Southern African Ferro Alloys Limited, SAFAO, the company in discussion, changed the type of manganese ore feed on the 9th of March 2022 to the 5th of September 2022. The ore introduced was a fine manganese concentrate sourced from Sanhi Mining Limited, domiciled in Kabwe district, and later the concentrate is converted into pellets bound by 5% cement. This resulted, Madam Speaker, in high dust fumes in the process of smelting at the plant. This potentially increased the risk of workers overexposure to manganese in the platform, tapping, and deck areas. In C, what urgent measures are being undertaken to contain this disease? Madam Speaker, the following urgent measures have been put in place to contain the disease. 1, immediate suspension of sourcing and processing of fine manganese concentrate from Sanhi Limited until such a time when the investigation by a joint team from, comprising of the Ministry of Labor's Department of OSHI and the Ministry of Health, Zambia Environmental Management Agency, Mine Safety Department, and the Occupational Health and Safety Institute, known as Silicosis, on the Copper Belt, are concluded. 2, medical surveillance of all workers in line with the Occupational Health and Safety Act, number 36 of 2010. Number 3, introduce rotational work to avoid long periods of exposure. Number 4, enforcement of correct use of personal protective equipment, especially respiratory protection, full air supplied with ability to protect against tiny dust particles and fumes, work suits, hot work suits for those working on the tapping section. Number 5, regular maintenance of equipment and furnace to seal manganese dust leakages. Number 6, frequent inspection by the said joint inspection team to be enhanced in order to enforce adherence to operating procedures. 7, employer was guided to notify the cases to Workers' Compensation Fund Control Board for compensation purposes. Number 8, all workers with symptoms have been referred to the University Teaching Hospital in Lusaka for further management. Number 9, all workers with blood manganese levels above recommended concentration limits but without symptoms have been relocated to areas of low risk of exposure, engineering controls to be instituted and assessed regularly to ascertain performance. Number 10, contain all the emissions and spillages to reduce fugitive dust in the plant. The facility has been directed to provide an effective extraction system and fresh air injection system in the plant. Number 11, directed to install dust suppression system on all conveyance systems. Number 12, directed to install emergency fugitive dust detection service devices and alarm systems to warn the employees. Number 13, directed to implement standard operating procedures and train workers on safe handling of hazardous substances like manganese ore and its products. Number 14, Madam Speaker, to draw up an emergency preparedness plan for incidental overexposure to manganese dust. 15, Occupational Health and Safety Institute to conduct a comprehensive occupational hygiene survey to quantify all the risks on all manganese processing plants across the country as a preventive or early warning system. Number 16, Madam Speaker, further prior to this incident, the Zambia Environmental Management Agency, ZIMA, conducted an inspection and issued a compliance order to SAFAO to comply with the conditions set out in the decision letter, especially the following. One, prior to implementation of the project, SAFAO was required to obtain all necessary authorizations under the Mines and Minerals Development Act, the Local Government Act, the Urban and Regional Planning Act, the National Heritage Conservation and Control Act, the Public Health Act, the Workers' Compensation Act, and the Energy Regulation Act, conditions 3.2.1 of the decision letter. And number 2, SAFAO was required to put in place occupational health and safety measures, conditions 3.2.3 of the decision letter. And 3, provide employees with personal protective equipment and ensure that they undergo appropriate medical checkups in condition 3.2.5 of the decision letter. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, I wish to inform this August House that a joint inspection team has been constituted consisting of staff from the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, Ministry of Mines and Minerals Development, the Zambia Environmental Management Agency, Occupational Health and Safety Institute, and Mine Safety Department to urgently undertake a full investigation of SAFAO, of the risk assessment at the SAFAO, and the members of the public will be informed of the outcome of the investigation and the appropriate actions to be taken. Further, this manganese processing plant, this same joint investigation team will extend the exercise to all manganese processing plants in order to ensure compliance in all, to all relevant laws. The joint inspection team will ensure that all non-compliant facilities are prosecuted and made to be compliant to the laws of, to the protection of human health and environment. May I also sound a warning, Madam Speaker, to all manganese processing plants in the country to put in place necessary measures to ensure that they are fully compliant to all relevant laws before the law enforcement wings visit them. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Chitambo.
Minister, you've indicated in your statement or in the answer that those that have been affected with the disease are being taken to the university teaching hospital for management. My question is, this management confirm to the general public and the House whether this disease is curable and what you mean by the word management. I thank you.
The Acting Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, may he just repeat the last piece?
He was trying to find out whether the disease is curable and also say something on management.
What she meant, Madam Speaker.
What you meant on management, by the term management.
Madam Speaker, as you have, as I have indicated, that we've got a full team which include the various ministries and departments and agencies of government that are dealing with this. Of course, there is the two institutions that you take note of is the Occupational Health and Safety Institute that does the assessment and makes referrals to the health institutions to be able to investigate what they have seen. And from the Ministry of Health, the doctors, the experts have provided information and caused the link between what they have detected in those with a condition at discussion, and therefore have clearly made that observation that this is caused by manganese. Now, what is supposed to follow from the Ministry of Health is to further investigate exactly how and what is required in terms of treatment of the various symptoms that have been presented. As you note that there are those who are presenting imbalance at movement, those who are having nervous-related situations where saliva is going out, and many others. So there's some further investigations which are part of the package of management of these cases, so that the experts in the Ministry of Health at the hospitals, the experts identify and determine the right treatment, and where there is, there should be, if there will be any such finding that this is incurable, if at all, that will be identified in the further investigations that the experts in the health units are undertaking. That is the reason why, at the end of the day, the compensation department, or the compensation control fund, the compensation, workers' compensation fund control board is drawn in to also bring their interventions to those who are affected. And some of the interventions may include even going out to seek out further expert attention, even beyond this jurisdiction. If we may not find it locally, then of course the Workers' Compensation Fund Control Board is on record to having taken patients who have got conditions that we may not be able to deal with here in other jurisdictions, so that these are helped. But this is not to say this is the desired or desirable solution that we wanted, or situation that we would have expected or anticipated. What we expect is that every corporate which is operating with substances that may cause harm to its employee must make sure that any such, because if you are a responsible citizen, you will investigate, you will seek to get an understanding how the impacts or the risks associated with whatever substances that you are drawing into your processing processing plants and so forth. So that you do not do that, then the law will take its course. The institutions here, which includes the Mines Ministry, also have got their own measures too, that they have put in place, that they will use within the law to attend to non-compliance. So workers' compensation comes in, the Ministry of Health, the hospitals come in, the health experts to help with the management of these conditions. What they are not able to manage within country, within the facilities here, then they seek out solutions from other jurisdictions, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chitambo.
Madam Speaker, having interacted with the affected people, it brings a lot of sadness, because from the way the minister is responding and comparing with what these people are going through, it's quite sad. And I'm aware that up to now we don't have a cure for the disease that is affecting these people. My question to the minister is, this joint team that has been constituted to go and investigate about what is obtaining on the rise, and the measures that you've outlined, that you've indicated that have been so far given to Safo Mines, is it clear and true that this disease, despite those measures, has continued? Would you confirm whether the disease has stopped spreading because of the measures that you've put in place? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Acting Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, as I indicated, I did say that having confirmed that there's a link between the operations, activities, and substances at the occupational place and the conditions that these patients are suffering, there's a link there. I did indicate that these patients have been referred to the hospital, to UTH. They've been referred there for further investigations of now how to treat this. For those that have been found not to have this substance, to actually, I did indicate there are those who have some levels that are not, but are not presenting the symptoms of the ones who are affected. Those two are a study case, and procedures, some of which I've outlined here, have been given specifically to the management to ensure that these are protected and are not further exposed to more poisoning, so that they end up being the same situation, they end up increasing the numbers of those who are unwell now. So there are management procedures that have been given and instructions that have been provided. Further, I've indicated that this team that has been constituted, the interdisciplinary team or multidisciplinary team from the 4 or 5 institutions, are going to go back there to make sure that they consolidate on the measures that have to be put in place, standard operating procedures that will ensure that the rest of the workers that are not poisoned as at now are not. They don't end up falling in that bracket to increase the numbers of those who are unwell now. So they are going to go back, the ministries of health, mines and minerals development, ZIMA, OC, Ministry of Labor, OSH department. All these are going to go and dig in as a one government unit to make sure that they triangulate and make sure that they put in place regulation, reinforce the regulations that are stipulated in the law and in the different pieces of legislation across all those departments. So what I want to assure members of the public is that we are going back. We are working on 2 fronts. The medical experts are working on their front to make sure that they find a cure. Where they don't, work with workers' compensation to make sure that we find ways to ameliorate, mitigate the situation that these patients find themselves in, which will not exclude seeking medical attention elsewhere where they have got stepped up interventions. And on the other front is going back to the institute, to this file, and sit with them and dig in to strengthen, consolidate compliance with across the different pieces of legislation. And at the same time, the third front is to get out to all manganese processing plants across, or mining companies across the nation, to also to ensure that they put preventive measures in place, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Pambashe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, sitting here and hearing the Minister respond, it sounds this is an occupation hazard as much as it becomes the health issue. She's the right person to respond to this question, because she said now the people are suffering with what she termed as neuro problems. Neuro is the effects to the brain because of the exposure to the high number of radiation as incoming from manganese. This draws me with the people of Luapula, where the largest part of manganese is being produced. Minister, understanding and bearing in mind that the occupation hazard under HOSH sits in your department, do you intend to intensify the inspection in these factories and employing labor inspectors and the HOSH inspectors in districts where you may not have staff to prevent the occurrence of these occupation hazard that has happened within the people of Chitambo and Serenge. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Acting Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that question. Although, Madam Speaker, it may not necessarily be part of the question, but if I'm allowed to give a bonus, certainly this is an occupational, an occupational related ailment, which we recognize, and that's why you hear that the Ministry of Labor, including the OSHI, the Occupational Health Institute, which is under the Ministry of Labor, are part of the solution with all the others, including Zim and the Ministry of Health, of course, being the medical experts. I did indicate that the team, which is working together as an interdisciplinary, interministerial, interfunctional team, is going back, Madam Speaker. So the member should be assured that for the fact that the team is working together now jointly and they are going back to this is what expands the capacity and indeed the competency in the respective areas to go and address these issues. And indeed inspections of factories are part of our operating mechanisms to ensure that we are reinforcing what has to be the regulation at industry. The member, Madam Speaker, might want to know that recently I've been to Central Province in Serenge attending to the same matters with a team of not only Ministry of Labor employees or staff, but with also the other statutory institutions. So, and as I talk, even now, I am from industry inspecting. So the New Dawn administration cares for the worker of Zambia. The New Dawn administration will work with the workers of Zambia. If these issues were attended to before, we would have ensured that industry that is expanding into the manganese area, which is a non-traditional mining area, which is unlike copper, which we have known for more than 70 years. This one is relatively new. Manganese is relatively new on the Zambian scenario. I will say relative compared to copper. Manganese is coming on anew. That this should have been given due attention right at the time of the Zima authorization letter, to make sure that this institution, this miner, puts in place a management plan with consolidated and clear operational management protocols that will protect the workers. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. There is a point of order by the Honorable Member for Pambashe. What is your point of order?
Well, Madam Speaker, ministers are policy carriers, and when they speak on behalf of the people of Zambia. The minister is being paid my salary. The minister is being paid by people in Wapra province who are mining manganese. Is she in order, Madam Speaker, to mislead herself and the Zambian people that manganese is a new business in Zambia when Mansa Batteries, Spark in Mansa, was producing batteries out of manganese during the counter time, maybe even before she was born? Is she in order to stand up here and say the business of manganese in Zambia is a new business? Unless Sujirite. Unless Sujirite is new. Manganese, Madam Speaker, has been in existence during the Kaunda time. Mansa Batteries, Spark, was producing batteries out of manganese. Is she in order, Madam Speaker, Kauku, to mislead herself and the Zambian people for that the business of manganese is very new in Zambia?
What standing order has been breached?
Number 65, 1 and 2. That speaks about the content and the factual information that we give on this floor, and bearing in mind that she's a minister.
Thank you so much. Now, this issue, for me, is very difficult to say whether people have been mining manganese from way back, I don't know, and copper. From what I heard the minister was trying to say is that copper used to be talked about or mined so often than manganese. I think that's what I got. Now the people have started concentrating on manganese than copper. So looking at that, I can say the minister was in order. If it was that angle, because the country really was talking about copper all along, it was a copper country. Everybody was just talking about copper than manganese. Now manganese is also coming up in the country. We move on. The honorable member for Mukushi North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Acting Minister of Wealth, in your explanation, you have actually told the House and the nation at large that there is a team that has been constituted, and that team will be getting back on the ground to Chitambo to ascertain the levels of this sickness and indeed the disease. Now, my question therefore is, how soon will this team get back on the ground, and are they going to extend their operations to areas like Mukushi, where manganese mines are indeed there, and many of them are actually mushrooming like any other business happening in this district? Are they extending their operations to Mukushi, Serenje, and indeed other districts, so that we could, as government, maybe you could ascertain what levels of this sickness is actually happening in our area? Thank you.
Thank you. The Acting Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honorable member from Mukushi North. As soon as the resources are mobilized, they are getting on this one, and it's priority number one. Are we going to have this team go extend to other locations? Obviously, Serenje, Chitambo, Mukushi, Loano, extending to Mansa, way up in the north, in the Luapula province, where manganese is being mined. In Chembe, probably, I know, is one of the areas. I know the honorable member doesn't sleep. He's in love with Sujilite, and so he dreams Sujilite. But I'm talking manganese, and so we will extend all the way to all the locations where manganese mining is relatively new to do this work, and that's what I said. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I'll take the last three. Wacha, Mukushi South, and Shiwangandu. In that order.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Minister, this is a very serious health matter, looking at the high number of staff that are affected and exposed to manganese particles that is in their bodies. I quote you saying 91%, if I'm not mistaken. I just want to find out, Minister, when the government came to know about this health problem of workers having manganese particles in their blood at Southern Africa fellow alloys, and those interventions that you itemized, about 16 of them, looking at the different government departments, who is doing what when it comes to those 16 measures that the government has put in place. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The Acting Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for Honorable Member for Wacha. When government came to know, there's ongoing inspections that are undertaken by the various units that are constituting this interministerial team. And as far back as in June of 2022, there was an inspection by Zima where issues of health and safety, occupational health and safety, were raised that were found incompliant, not being adhered to, that the law was being breached at the time in June 2022. And at that time, Zima actually suspended operations of Safao. So there was actually a suspension of operations at Safao until they would resolve the issues that were raised to them, until they would be compliant. And after a few months, they went back in operation because matters of PPE, most of the occupational health matters that were raised in terms of dressing up and protecting employees were attended to, and so operations were resumed because there's issues of protecting the jobs of our workers, and of course growing more jobs. At that time, they were allowed to start operating again. And so until recently, when this matter came up of the workers, when the alarm was raised about the ailment, that's when another gear was engaged to deal with these matters that included those investigations at UTH and other measures include. So as far back as 2022, when matters of occupational health and safety in compliance were raised, some of the agencies have been working with this group, and Zima actually even stopped the operations. I submit, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Mukushi South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, listening from your explanation, it looks like the company in question had an element of negligence, because you have indicated that there were no provision of safety measures. And because of that, 28 people have been affected, and we don't know and we are not sure whether these 28 people are going to be healed. What punitive measure have you meted on that company so that they do not repeat subjecting workers to work without the protective clothing? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Acting Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, that's why we have set up that team, now that the results have come through. For a while, the results had not. That would link this disease to the occupation, to substances at the place of work, had not come through. And these results have only been received recently. Wait. Madam Speaker, now that this result has come through, we are definitely, as a team of that committee, going to go back there and mete out whatever Honorable Titotela, please restore my voice. Honorable Madam Speaker, measures will only be meted out after this committee sits together and identify. Knowing that we've been there, we've advised and even suspended operations, we'll step up to the next. but those are the ones which are being discussed by the committee before they go back to the operation, Madam Speaker. At that time, we will advise when we have identified from all the relevant pieces of legislation, we will be able to outline what measures to met out on the employer or the investor. I submit.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Shiwangandu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we acknowledge and appreciate the responses coming from the Minister. And indeed, manganese mining has been there for quite a long time. What could be new is this new precious sugilite, which might also be posing danger, especially to those who are doing illegal mining. Honorable Minister, it would appear this factory is acting with impunity. You have stated that they were closed for being non-compliant with the environmental requirements, and when they got back into operation, we have seen now that their workers are now affected with this peculiar disease which appears to be incurable. And we need a multi-sectoral, your ministry, your substantive ministry, Minister of Health, and the Minister of Mines. Why is this mine still in operation with such potential danger? And they seem to be impunity. Who is being bribed? We smell corruption.
One question,
Who is being bribed to
Can
keep
you
that?
have one question?
My final question is, who is being bribed to ignore the impunity of this plant? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Acting Minister of Health.
No one, Madam Speaker, in relation to the last question, no one. What I want to say is working methodically, working methodically, we have to go back to the table and analyze and stratify the different measures from the different pieces of law, and then stratify them to see the priority in context of the fact that this is an enterprise, an operation that has been warned before, has been suspended before. That way, we will act relevantly and expanding or adding value to what we did the last time, in view of the fact that human life is affected in this particular case. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Just before we move to the next question, I would like to apologize to the Honorable Member from Pika, who skipped his matter of urgent public importance. Please allow it to be ruled tomorrow in the morning. Thank you. Next question. The Honorable Member for Chifunaburi, and it will be asked by the Honorable Member for Chinsali.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 190. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Member of Parliament for Chifunaburi, Ms. Nyemba, asks the Minister of Education, A, whether the government has any plans to construct the following infrastructure at Lugwe Secondary School in Chifunaburi District. 1, an information and communication technology laboratory, and 2, a science laboratory. B, if so, when the plans will be implemented. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that the government has plans to construct information and communication technology laboratories and science laboratories in schools countrywide, and Lubwe Secondary School in Chifunaburi District is no exception. And the plans will be implemented in the 2024 to 2026 medium-term framework, subject to availability of funds. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Any supplementary questions? I see none. We move on. The next question, the Honorable Member for Malole.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question number 191.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Malole is asking the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development at A, why the following feeder roads in Malole constituency have stalled. Roman 1, Chonya Mwamba Mulilo, 2, Chimba Chimbola Village, 3, Katongo Chiwe Mawula, 4, Kapata Katilungu, and at B, he wants to know when the projects will resume, and at C, he wants to also know the cause of the delay in completion of these projects. And finally, last but not least, he wants to know the total cost of outstanding works on each one of these projects. Madam, in response to the Honorable Member of Parliament for Malole, I wish to inform this August House that at A, or Roman 1, works on the listed roads have stalled due to non-availability of funds, as the contractors are still awaiting for some of the part of the payments, and part of the works has been certified, done and certified. At B, the projects will resume as soon as government secures funds to finance the remaining works. C, as mentioned at A above, the cause of the delay is non-availability of funds. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Malole.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, please inform the people of Malole how much money was paid to these contractors, and maybe who was the contractor, and what is the position in terms of the contract. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Madam, thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament for Malole, and I appreciate you for the passion that you have for your people. To answer you, the outstanding works on each of these projects is as follows, Madam Speaker. Chonya, this is the total cost of outstanding works. Chonya Mwamba Mulilo Road, 10.2 million. Chimba Chimbola Village, 34.7 million. Katongo Chiwe Mawula Road, 63 million. Henry Kapata Katilungu Road, 29.6 million. Chanda Weyaya Pelata Mbesuma Road, 41 million kwacha. In terms of the other questions you asked me, for the Chonya Mwamba Muliro Road, the number of kilometers that were contracted here was 45 kilometers at a cost of 58 million. The total amount of certified works is 48 million. The total amount paid is 0. The contractor is Build Trust Company Limited. Chimbola Road was contracted for 29 kilometers for 46 million kwacha. Only 17.0% of work was done. 12.9 million was certified, 9.5 million was paid, and the contractor is Anaka Kel. On Chanda Wayaya Road, 50-kilometer stretch. Contract sum 74 million kwacha. Total work done 30%. Total amount money paid certified 33 million. Total amount of money paid 12 million. The company is Build Trust once again. Build Trust. Henry Kapata Katilungu Road was contracted for 37 kilometers at a cost of 46 million. 19% was done. 16 million kwacha was certified. 12 million kwacha was paid. The company is called Climate. Climate. Then the Katongo Chibwe Road was contracted at 40 kilometers at a sum of 70 million kwacha. The total amount of work was 1%. The total amount certified was 6.9 million. Total amount that was paid was 5.2 million. The company contracted, Mr. Honorable Kalimi, is another company called Good Faith Company. I hope that answers your question in full. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Malole.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think there's a part which the Minister, I think, maybe has forgotten. Are these contracts still valid with these contractors?
The Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Madam, some of these contracts are under investigations. All of these contracts have been stopped, as I indicated in my last ministerial statement. And once all the investigations are done and they are cleared, I indicated that these contractors will have the first right of refusal as and when funds are made available, as I answered in part C of this question. Thank you, Honorable Kalime.
The Honorable Member for Chitambo.
Madam Speaker, the Minister has told us that these roads are under investigations, meaning that meaning that works are not being done. And I'm aware of a road, Madam Speaker, called Chandaweya Peretitumbesuma. This is a very important road, especially to the farmers and the fishermen somewhere there. Honorable Minister, if this is one of the roads that is being investigated, what are you going to do about it right now? Because it is in a very deplorable state, to ensure that the people and the farmers who are there are assisted for them to continue with their everyday business and life. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Madam Speaker, I will have to check if this particular road is the one of those under investigation. But in order to answer my colleague from Chitambo about his question about what am I going to do to the connectivity of the farmers around that area because this road is dilapidated, I wish to respond as follows. This is Malole constituency, Madam Speaker. One constituency, 4 roads, and my simple mathematics, those of you who have calculators, come with me. One constituency, 58 million, 46 million, 74 million, 46 million, 70 million kwacha. One constituency. There's something wrong here. The stoppage, can I repeat what I just said? One constituency, 58 million, 46 million, 74 million, 46 million, 70 million. And yet in Northwestern Province, there was 0 contracts that were contracted. And to add salt to injury, Madam, these two of these contracts in one constituency belong to one contractor. This speaks volumes Madam Speaker, the last time I was ordered to come and give a ministerial statement about feeder roads, it was an idea to try and clarify everything, but clearly there's more to clarify. And I said on the floor of this House that I am in possession of impeccable information about these contracts. And so let us work at our own pace. I've been challenged before to say name them. Today I've started because the questions directed me to name these companies. Go now to patents and find out who the owners of these companies are and continue on this path. We shall get there one day. The point, Honorable Member of Chitambo, is that these contracts had to be stopped because of non-availability of money in the budget as the main reason before we come to the sundry issues of how these contracts were awarded, were they awarded correctly, to who, were there any influences in these people getting contracts? And I want to put it to you through you, Madam Speaker, that I said it before, and now I'll say it with higher volume. Most of these contracts were for PF members. I rest my case.
The Honorable Member for Malole, you've exhausted your 2 slots. The Honorable Member for Dundumwezi.
I thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Minister has indicated that he has evidence. And at the same time, he's sending the entire House to Pakra to go and find out who are the owners. Honorable Minister, wouldn't you mind just to tell us who the owners of these companies are, than sending the entire House to Pakra to go and investigate? Thank you so much.
I don't think it would be fair to start discussing ourselves. I don't know whether the owners of those companies are here, or maybe the owners are outside this House. They won't be able to come and defend themselves. I think the names that were given are enough, Honorable Minister, because if we now start mentioning names, it will be another
Madam
issue.
Speaker, I think it will be a bit uncivil to do that because facts speak for themselves. If I'm challenged to say, does Mr. Nkombo own this company? I think that's a question for another day. For today, I was asked to provide information, but I've put you into the picture, right into the 3-dimensional picture, that most of the owners of these companies are PF members, some of them sitting here and others sitting outside. I thank you.
The Honorable Member for Wengwa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, well, it is very disappointing that Monzeniko Road in Southern Province, which I think remained untouched by the previous regime for a period of about maybe 4 to 5 years, it was not touched and it was impossible. And it is very, very shocking indeed to hear that, imagine one constituency could receive such huge amounts of money to work on those feeder roads. Minister, are you in a position also to tell us how many constituencies, which are in a similar situation like Malole, so that the Zambian people there can really know how the national treasure was plundered heavily by the previous regime? Please, Minister.
Before the Minister comes in, the Honorable Member for Chama South, actually I've seen that you've got a question coming up for you. Instead of raising a point of order, because the Minister is still answering the questions, is it possible you can just ask the Minister to answer your question? Your name is still coming up there. I've seen it.
Madam Speaker, I raise a point of order. A question is a different thing. A point of order is a breach of our standing orders.
You can go ahead.
Thank you. I will refer to Standing Order 65.
both, I think the first part and the second part. The ministers serious cast aspersions on all of us here as UPF members of parliament that we had several contracts. It is just fair, Madam Speaker, that the minister should name for the benefit of the country and the benefit of all of us. If he has those names, is he in order? Because people are watching and they think all the PF members had the contracts, which is very unfair, Madam Speaker. I seek your serious ruling.
Thank you, honorable members. I think we shouldn't go in circles. I had made the ruling to say the minister should not mention the names just because the standing orders do not allow us to discuss ourselves. In addition to that, some people, like what the minister brought out, he said some people are outside this house. Those people won't be able to come and defend themselves. Their names will be mentioned, but they won't have the opportunity to come to this house and defend themselves. So I don't think it will be fair for the minister to start bringing out the names. So the minister was actually in order not to bring out the names. The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, you can answer the question.
We can make things a little bit easy, Madam. Thank you for the opportunity. I will abide by what you said, but just for the record, I think that one member of PF here, the leader of government of opposition, was very clear because he declared an interest here in this house. So that is public information. For those who have not declared, I shall not be the one to do it. And so I will go around, navigate around this way. But for Malole, Build Trust, now you can make the connection, has two contracts, one worth 74 million, another one worth for 58 million kwacha, one contract. Madam, what this tells me now, coming to Honorable Kasauta's question about the Moses Nico Road and the unfair distribution of the national cake in the past, here's what I have to say. For these 4 contracts in Malole, and I'm sorry, colleague from Malole, that whereas if these contracts had been had performed very well, your people would have been laughing. Now you are the one lamenting the most. Take a look at the people in Manilunga. Take a look at the people in Wengwa, where the question has come from, where 0 kilometer was even contracted. It should tell you a story. Now, for your constituency, I'm sorry again, you didn't get the full amount of works done. But I want to put it to you through the speaker that had your roads been done, it would have been, the cost of money is 294 million kwacha for one constituency, which is equivalent to what we as UPND are servicing under the Constituency Development Fund. This money would have serviced 10.3 constituencies per annum. I'll repeat. The 294 million kwacha that was contracted for Malole, 2 of them to one contractor, is equivalent to 294 million kwacha from the National Treasury. This represents what we are doing now under Constituency Development Fund, servicing of 10 constituencies in all our CDF programs, which many members don't appreciate, including taking children to boarding, community projects, buying desks throughout the country. That is our revolutionary move, to buy desks so that children can learn in a correct environment. There goes the answer. We cancelled those contracts. Part of the reason is to try and balance the act, that the country must share this cake equally, as we are demonstrating in our second year, Madam Speaker, where the entire allocation of Constituency Development Fund is being disbursed quarterly, equally, at the same hour, at the same minute, on the same day. That marks the difference between these ones and ourselves who have got the privilege now to run the state affairs. Thank you, Madam.
The Honorable Member for Shiwangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And maybe before I pose a follow-up question to the Honorable Minister, just permit me to congratulate you, our women, for celebrating the Women's Day yesterday successfully, especially our women also who are patriotic citizens, the women of PF, who came out in large numbers because we have said we are going to participate in national events as patriotic citizens. To our women, kudos, and that's how it should be. Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister.
Order, honorable members, order. You may continue, honorable member for Shiwangandu.
Madam Speaker, through you, Honorable Minister, I've heard you talk about the kilometers that have been done, that were contracted. And I want to press it on record that Malole constituency, Madam Speaker, is not just an ordinary constituency. One, it's so vast. Two, that's a constituency that hosts our paramount chief, Chitimkulu. The kingdom is right in that constituency. And the demand for the roads has been there for a long time. And therefore, contracting those roads were done purely to appreciate and acknowledge the chiefdom of the paramount chief and the state of the roads, as it were. So, you are saying the roads are under investigations. Some of them, but out of those kilometers, that would you kindly assure the people of Malole and the Mwinelubemba, Chief Chitimkulu, when these investigations will be concluded so that the people there can be given the road network, just like any other area. I heard my colleague talk about Monzeniko Road, which was contracted some time back. It was just stored because there was no money to complete the road. What assurance are you giving our people of Mwinelubemba Kingdom? I thank you. Yes.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Madam, history can never be erased. I want to first appreciate the comments that the honorable colleague brings out to our women folk, and the fact that he's enjoying, and his party are enjoying the freedom which we, when we're on their side, never enjoyed a single bit. So congratulations for turning up in numbers, but again, numbers don't lie. There's a huge difference between 2.8 and 1.8. There's a huge difference. It should be known as such. Coming to the question about my father. That was a nice one. My father, Mwinelubemba. Again, we should not forget history. I just wish Honorable Request Muntanga, who was sitting where the one who posed the question, no, I used to sit there, where the leader of the opposition used to sit. Madam, it was myself here and the Honorable late Request Muntanga who fought battles on behalf of the Mwinelubemba that he's speaking about in order to be recognized. It was PF who sent battalions. I don't need support. Allow me to just answer to the issue that he raises about my father, the chief Mwinelubemba of the Bemba people. Because he was brought into the argument, I must help to remove him into the argument. 200 in the first shot, paramilitary, then escalated to 500 to block the same Mwinelubemba from assuming his leadership for the same, our people, the Bemba-speaking people. And without meaning any harm to the feelings of Mwina Luemba, Malole is not different from Mongo. We have a king there. Malole is not different from Penduken and the Mupezeni chiefdom. Malole is not different from Katete, where my father, Chief Undi, stays. We are not going to look at this country from the spectacle of patronage. Malole is just as important as Monze or Mazabuka, where I come from. There marks the difference, Madam Speaker. This money, the 294 million for one constituency, Madam, could have bought easily 10 sets of earth-moving equipment, which would belong to the government. 10 sets for 10 constituencies. My encouragement to you, colleague, and to all of you, let's depart from this subject of how money was being wasted. Buy equipment, and you are going to have a perennial maintenance of roads, only using fuel. You can't have a situation where you are paying one individual 100 million kwacha. Yes, I know that is said. Many are called and a few are chosen. But you can't choose like this. It's like giving Dracula to be the head of the blood bank. The treasury should never be entrusted with people who are selfish. Let me put it more straight now. That voiceless individual, the Zambian in Kashinakaji in Congo. Look, the one who holds, Madam Speaker, the pace of the country here, the Minister of Finance, he would never claim, neither would I, that Liwa is the most developed constituencies. It's still one of the least developed constituencies. If his state of mind was like those ones, Liwa would have been made of gold today. It would have been made of diamonds. Our state of mind is that we want to develop this country equally and equitably. And the earlier you realize that some of these questions are, in fact, a function of shooting yourselves in the foot. Let's forge ahead, colleagues. Let's forge ahead. Prudent management of national resources is no rocket science. It's a question of Maslow's law. I'm sure you understand Maslow, the hierarchy of needs. As far as we are concerned, we terminated those contracts in order to bring this country to equilibrium. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Is the point of order still there? Order, honorable members. I didn't want the minister to be disturbed. What is your point of order, Honorable Foshiwangandu?
Madam Speaker, my point of order is premised on Standing Orders 65(1)(b). My question to the Honorable Minister. My question to the Honorable Minister, Madam Speaker, was very clear.
Order,
Can you shut up?
honorable members. Order.
Shut your mouth up.
No, let's not use an
There's only one
parliamentary
speaker here.
word. Order, honorable member for Shiwangandu. I don't think there are children here that we can say shut up. Can we avoid parliamentary words? Let's not insult one another.
Madam Speaker, I'm not insulting anyone. Just
No. It was somebody from here who said shut up. I don't think it was you.
I don't know how many people want to assist you, Madam Speaker. This is what that's a problem we have. Young man, I've been here long enough. You might not reach me.
Order, honorable member for Shiwangandu. I had missed the person who had mentioned the word shut up, and I've consulted, and I'm reliably informed that the word actually came out from the honorable member for Shiwangandu. If you can withdraw the word shut up, it's very unparliamentary. We are all honorable members. Just withdraw that word and you make progress with your point of order.
Madam Speaker, I gladly withdraw that and request our colleagues to be quiet when you have given other members a right to speak. So shut up, but replace with asking members to be quiet, to give each other space.
You may continue with your point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was saying my question to the Honorable Member of Parliament for Mazabuka, Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, was very clear. Before he went on the lecture, he went to lecture on us, how the Chitimukuru was installed. We are very proud of our November. And let's not bring him to extended debate. I just brought him for you to know that this constituency actually hosts him, and it deserves recognition and respect. Just like any other paramount chief, there are only 4. And we can't say the 4 can be equal to anyone. That's not correct. You are responsible for the chiefs. Is it in order, Madam Speaker, to ignore? My question was asked for him to give an assurance. And what assurance was he going to give to these people who are looking for this road network in Marode constituency?
As the time is 16:40 hours, I suspend business for 20 minutes for health break.
That's on Parliament television. Business has been suspended for 20 minutes. And let's just quickly look at what has been considered on the floor of the House. Just before the suspension of business, Honorable Kampyongo was just about to finish asking a point of order to Madam Speaker there. When business resumed at 14:30, Madam Speaker did make 2 announcements, and the first announcement did remind the House that the debate on the motion of thanks to the President's special address commenced on 28th February 2023 in accordance with Standing Order 20 of the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Orders 2021. The debate lasts for 10 sitting days. Therefore, the last day for debating the motion is Thursday, 16th March 2023. And Madam Speaker did say that in this regard, by practice, the last 3 days are reserved for the executive to debate and respond to the issues raised by the backbench. This means that starting from Tuesday, 14th March 2023, priority will be given to honorable ministers to debate the motion before its conclusion on Thursday, 16th March 2023. And the other announcement that Madam First Deputy Speaker made was to remind the House that on Thursday, 2nd March 2023, the Honorable Mr. Second Deputy Speaker directed the Minister of Health to render a ministerial statement on the outbreak of typhoid in some parts of Petauke Central Parliamentary Constituency. The directive followed a matter of urgent public importance, which was raised by Mr. Emmanuel J. Banda, Member of Parliament for Petauke Central Parliamentary Constituency. And she did say that the ministerial statement was scheduled for today, Thursday, 9th March 2023. However, the statement will be issued in the course of next week. So those are the 2 statements that Madam First Deputy Speaker made earlier in the day. And there was a ministerial statement that was rendered on the floor of the House by the Minister of Education, and this culminated from the matter of public importance that was asked by Pambashe Member of Parliament, Mr. Ronald Chitotela, about the peaceful protest that students took place at Great East Road campus. And the Minister did brief the House on what really transpired and also inform the House on the measures that government is taking to provide good sanitation at the University of Zambia. We'll be able to share with you other businesses that are yet to be considered on the floor of the House just before we cross back to the floor of the House. Keep watching Parliament Television.
My name is Binwo Chansampundu. I was born on the 9th of October 1982 away in Mufrira. It's a place called the Place of Abundancy. By then my father was working for the National Service stationed in Ndola back then. And so I did my primary school and then proceeded to do my secondary school education at Kawamba Boys Secondary School from 1982 to rather 1998 to 2000 when I completed. I straight away went to study accountancy. Then we had a program that was called NATEC. I think those who are very familiar with the accountancy program in Zambia knows that NATEC then was the course for the tough boys. And so I miraculously did that course within 1 year, 6 months when the prescribed time frame was for 2 years. So I boast myself as one of those that defied all odds to do the NATEC within a very short period of time. After which I had a stint with a group of companies where I served as an accountant, having risen from an assistant accountant to having served the group as a chief accountant. Later in the years, I decided to quit work and pursued full-time politics. So I had a stint with the private sector for about, if not 6 years as an accountant, and then went on to obviously do a bit of some business alongside politics. So I officially joined politics in the year 2006 when I officially joined the Patriotic Front and quickly rose through the ranks and file. I started as a young politician in a branch where I headed as a chairperson. It was a branch called Kwashamkwenu in Mindolo, and then quickly rose through to the ward, and eventually I became a constituency youth secretary for Nkana constituency, where I am MP now. So I have a very interesting history with Nkana, because when I served as Nkana constituency youth secretary, I was chosen as at some point as a campaign manager for the then candidate in one of the elections, the general election we had, Mr. Kazabu. So I had quite a lot of experience in managing elections. And so in 2016, I then thought that it was my time to become MP, and then I went, I tendered in my application to the ruling party then, which the Patriotic Front, to be considered for adoption. But I wasn't obviously lucky, even though I was a front runner in that, adoption process. And so the progression was that after I was left out in the adoption process, I think, in my view, as a way of consolation, I was then appointed as district commissioner for the great city of Quito, where I served for 3 years. So I have quite a lot of history with the city of Quito, having served in the various capacities as a political figurehead, where I rose up to the provincial secretary of the ruling party here on the province. And then got delinked from politics to become now a public servant by way of the appointment I got as a district commissioner for the great city, where I served from 2017 up to 2020, when my contract was not renewed. As it were, a contract is subject to renewal, but my contractual term was mad with a lot of controversy, because others thought that I was positioning myself to take over from the then who was MP for Nkana. And so a lot of fights ensued in the process, and then the powers that be decided that I must be put on the bench to see others take over. And so when time came now for the adoption process again for the 2021 general election, again I came forward to make an application to the ruling party then, the PF. Again, the repeat of 2016 confronted me. I was left out of the adoption. Look, I always believe that when you live in your father's house, you may not know how much a bag of meal costs. So when I was left in the 2021 adoption race, I decided to confront my demons by going solo. So I decided to stand as an independent candidate in the last general election, the 2021 election, and the gods were with me. I managed to beat my fierce rivals who were from the PF as well as the ruling party. And I'm very proud of the milestone we scored during the election, because you wish to know the numbers were very huge. I competed with 7 other candidates, and all those candidates put together, the votes they got could not even come close to what I got as an independent candidate. And I think that the public is aware of, the financial aspect of the last election. It was quite a heavily financed election. Competitors had a lot of money, and I was one of the ones that were referred to as the whipping boys in terms of finances. I had a very weak, if you like, a very lean, financial muscle, but I managed to, pull a surprise and beat all my rivals. And so here I am as an independent member of parliament from Nkana. I was very fortunate in my young days that I found, a beautiful young lady away in Mufrira, a place of abundance. Remember that I was born in Mufrira. It was only prudent that I must go back to Mufrira to find, my missing rib. So I found a lady called Nandeka away in Mufrira, who I married, 13 years ago, and has given me 3 beautiful children. I've got my firstborn son who is already doing grade 8, Sean Luimba Chansa. My second-born daughter is now going into grade 5. She's Skylar, Lukundo Chansa, and we have a 2-year-old last-born daughter who is, Shanice Mumba, named after my mother. Nkana, a very interesting, constituents, which basically is the cosmopolitan part of, Kitwe. Kitwe has got 5 constituencies, namely Nkana, Chimwemwe, Usakire, Kwacha, and Kamfinsa. So almost the entire elite part of Kitwe is in Nkana constituency. So we, are proud ourselves to be that constituency, which we actually call as Nkana, because Nkana, Kitwe is actually, the other name for Kitwe is referred to as Nkana. So the name Nkana constituency literally mean Kitwe constituency. So I'm very proud to have been elected by the people of Nkana to serve them. Now, Nkana has got a very unfortunately disturbing history in that from 1964, there's not been a single MP that has gone beyond 2 terms. So even when we were going into the election, the previous guy who held the seat knew very well at the back of the mind that it would be, a happy battle for him to win this election, holding to that issue of a 1-term, syndrome for the constituents. And so, being in this position, I'm very alive to the fact that I may serve for 1 term. But you see, I am beginning to, form a narrative, or I'm trying to create a narrative, namely that I defied all odds to go beyond the 1-term, scenario that has been set for Nkana. But you see, that can't come easy. It will call for a lot of work. The needs of Nkana are quite known. I have been in the constituents so much that I know the needs of the people of Nkana, and I'm very excited now that I am serving at a time when, the approach towards development has shifted. Because previously the role of an MP in as far as development was concerned was confined to a very meager allocation, which was called the 1.6 million towards the CDF allocation. But today we have been gifted by the new government to have quite a colossal sums of money, colossal sum, which I think that if you are very focused as an MP, you can play your politics very well to, actually win the hearts of the people. And so my desire is that we can, change the narratives by ensuring that we address the challenges of our people. Now, the other interesting part of Nkana you wish to know is that we are an elite constituency. We are the economic hub of Kitwe because we house 2 mining giants. I don't know how far we can describe KCM, whether it still falls as a mining giant, but we can proudly say we house 2 mining giants, which is Mopani and KCM. Now, that tells you that part of our, or rather 90% of our wealth in the constituents comes from the mining sector. And so we are very, cognizant of the efforts that are being made by the new governments towards the mining sector. Because if the mining sector fails, then the whole constituents collapses. Because every other economic activity that happens in Nkana is predominantly attached to mining. Let me also stretch it further to say that the economic activities of the copper belt, the entire copper belt, are anchored around KCM and Mopani, meaning that we as Nkana, we are the ones who keeps the entire copper belt. And so we proud ourselves. But you see, unfortunately, these things haven't been commensurate with what our people get at the end of the day, because you can't continue to boast about being a mining giant yet your people are living in abject poverty, yet your infrastructure is nothing to talk about. And so this is basically what the narratives we're trying to change, namely that if you say we are a mining giant as a constituency, I think everything else must show. Your people must live better, your infrastructure must be better than every other infrastructure in other constituencies. And so that is a mammoth task that for me I am holding on as an elected member of parliament. And so the other thing that I can proudly say is that I thought that I would be stepping in a very difficult terrain, having gone through as an independent candidate. But I think that for me, there's nothing that is as exciting as a politician to be independent. I think that what is currently happening in terms of development is not inspiring. Nkana must be the best constituency, in terms of because we have the comparative advantage. Other than what government is able to do, we have the stakeholders, because 90% of the business spectrum in Kitwe, they operate in Nkana. And you know that there's no way a company can be operating in your constituents without paying back by way of social corporate responsibilities. So we desire to bring all these stakeholders together so that they can also make a contribution to the well-being of our constituents. At the end of my term, I am actually not focused on 2026. I am focused on the next 4 years, because what messes politicians is always to look for the next election. For me, my focus is the given time frame that I have been given, meaning I am supposed to limit my focus within the 5 years that I've been given. And within that 5 years, for me, I want to address the issue of education. There are certain places within Nkana where young people have to walk miles to access secondary education. There are places like Mugala compound, Kamakonde, where young people beyond grade 9 or beyond grade 8, they have got to go to far-flung areas to access education. There are places in Nkana constituents where people have to struggle to get clean water. There are places within Nkana where people have to walk miles to access health services. These are things that this is a bridge that we want to gap, because I don't believe that an elite constituency like this one, people should be walking distances to access health services. They should be walking distances to access quality education. I think that the parameters within which we are operating now permits us that we can address all those inequalities that have existed over time. Coupled with the participation of the private sector, I think that in the 4 years, I'm very confident that the narratives for Nkana are likely to change. And so my promise to the people of Nkana is that they did not make a mistake by electing me. I will do everything within my powers, to ensure that that mandate that has been bestowed on me, we can walk away after 5 years saying we made the right decision. That is also not to forget the fact that, you see, there's always this contradiction. A member of parliament is elected to enact laws. That's why we sit most of our time at parliament. But you see, society has also placed extra responsibilities on us, such that failure to do those responsibilities that you have been given by society, you can actually be punished. So we have no option.
Well, thank you so much for still staying with us on Parliament Television. Business still on the 20 minutes healthy break, and in a few minutes' time, business resumes. At the time, business was suspended. The House was considering question 191, which came from Mr. Kalimi, who is Malole, Member of Parliament, and this question was directed to the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. And at that time, the Member of Parliament for Shwangandu was just winding up on his point of order. The Member of Parliament for Malole wanted to find out why the rehabilitation of the following feeder roads in Malole parliamentary constituency has stalled: Chonya Mwamba Mulilo, Chimba Chimbola Village, Katongo Chibwe, Mavula, Henry Kapata Katilungu, and Chanda Wea Peleti Mbesuma. and when the project will resume, what the cause of the delay in completing each project is, and what the total cost of the outstanding works on the project is. Let's also quickly look at what is yet to be considered on the floor of the House. We do have a report, and this is a report of the Zambia delegation to the 52nd Plenary Assembly Session to the SADC Parliamentary Forum, and Honorable Princess Kasune, who is the chairperson of this delegation, who urged this House to adopt the report of the Zambian delegation on the 52nd Plenary Assembly Session of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, which was held in Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo, from 4th to 11th December 2022, from the second session of the 13th National Assembly, and this document was laid on the table of the House on 22nd February 2023. There will be resumption of the motion of thanks, His Excellency the President's address, and this is the motion of 28th of February, that the thanks of this Assembly be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in His Excellency the President's address, and the mover of this motion is Mapatizia Member of Parliament, Ms. Melda Munashavanto. And at the time business was suspended yesterday, it was Chiluvi Member of Parliament, Mr. Mulenga Fube, who was on the floor of the House debating. So when this motion comes up for consideration, he will continue. So shortly business resumes, and at the end of today's business, we'll be able to look at what would have been considered on the floor of the House. Remember, earlier on we had a ministerial statement, and we had two announcements that were made by Madam First Deputy Speaker. For now, we cross back to the floor of the House for the resumption of business.
Madam Speaker.
The quorum is not yet constituted. It's 1/3 of the total number of members of Parliament to be present for any business to be conducted on the floor of the House. And at the time business was suspended, the House was considering question 191, which came from Malole Member of Parliament, Mr. Kalimi, and this question was directed to the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. And earlier on we had two questions for oral answer. The first question came under Standing Order 76, came from Chitambo Member of Parliament, Mr. Remember Mutale, and this one was directed to the Minister of Health. And the other question for oral answer under Standing Order 74 came from Ms. Nyemba Chifunavuli Member of Parliament, and this was asked by Chinsali Member of Parliament, Mr. Kalalwe Mukosa. This question was directed to the Minister of Education. She wanted to find out whether the government has any plans to construct laboratories at Luwa Secondary School in Chifunavuli District for the information and communication technology.
Was suspended, the House was considering question 191 on the order paper, and the Honorable Member for Shiwangandu was raising a point of order. May the Honorable Member continue to finish.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before we went on break, Madam Speaker, I was just concluding my point of order. And I was trying to say, Madam Speaker, we cannot put the development scale to be equal across all the constituencies, because the constituencies are different. And we can't ignore those constituencies where we have got our parents, like he said, the four that we have. And so my question was the Honorable Member, in order to avoid my question, which was very simple and straightforward, on what assurance he was giving the Munelu member and the people there of Marore constituency, and then went on to lecture to us regarding succession issues and whatnot, which were not part of my question. And I know that the Honorable is laboring to try and get to deal with contractors who have got every right to do business like any Zambian. Is in order, Madam Speaker, to continue on that trajectory, Madam Speaker? I seek your guidance.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Shiwangandu. My guide on that point of order would be that let us try to avoid bringing in the chiefs, because everywhere we go, there are chiefs. Every constituency has one or two chiefs. So it won't be good if we start mentioning the chiefs who can't even come to this house to defend themselves on what we are talking about them. That would be my guide. The Honorable Minister for Local Government will answer your question on the assurance for the people of Malole as we pick the last member for Chirubi to ask the question. The Honorable Member for Chirubi.
Madam Speaker, the people of Chirubi are worried. Worried in that a narrative has been created. Madam Speaker, am I protected from that color time?
Honorable members, we are behind time. Remember, you've only got today and tomorrow for the backbenchers to debate the presidential speech. So if we waste more time, you find that tomorrow you'll be struggling to debate. So can we please minimize noise?
Madam
The
Speaker,
Honorable Member for Chirubi will continue.
Madam Speaker, I was saying that a narrative has been created that there was an equal distribution of resources, national resources in the nation. I think this started with Health Post and many other. You find that when the Minister of Health came in this house to present a picture, she really alarmed the nation. But when she produced our own data to bring to the house, there was an issue of where Southern Province, for instance, had 99 health posts out of the 650. And then, out of the 99, go and check your data. Out of the 99, 69 of those were constructed. If you check from the Northern Province, 69...
Honorable Member for Chirubi.
Yes, I'll ask...
Honorable members. The Honorable Member for Chirubi, now we are discussing the health post. The question is about the roads in Malole constituency. Can you please come back to the question?
Madam Speaker, in the way of answering, the minister brought in other issues that I wanted to ask on. But if it's about Malole,
All the honorable members on my right,
yes.
What is your question, honorable
Yeah, I wanted to ask that is the honorable minister, having talked about Malole, and Malole was fairly, it was more disadvantaged than any other constituency in the country. Is the honorable minister considering to bring records of different sectors in different constituencies in the country to qualify what he was trying to say, maybe in the health sector and many other areas, because that's when we are going to understand the balance. Is there such a consideration?
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
In the Commonwealth, we have a description of the two demands that have been given to me by the colleague from Shiwangandu and also the one from Chilubi, to the extent that you had pains to try and bring them in line. It's called gerrymandering. That is what it's called. When you depart from the core of the question or subject at hand, it's called gerrymandering. Let us stop gerrymandering and ask questions. There is a sacred assurance for the people of Malole that as and when funds are available, we will make sure, using our local authorities, Malole District Council, who we are urging to buy grader, compactor, water bowser, to do these roads, these many roads. And if it fails, we'll get the ZNS, who are going to do these roads at more than a quarter of the price that the current contractors whose contracts have been terminated were enjoying. Coming to the colleague in Chilubi, Again, an act of gerrymandering. Now I'm being asked to become the minister of everything. I must bring a summary of everything to show that we are distributing the national wealth equitably. I am responsible for the Ministry of Local Government, and I have already demonstrated against what used to happen before, where CDF sometimes would only be given to ministers, and that's a fact, an indisputable fact. They used to distribute CDF secretly. We will continue to give exactly the same amount of money to our people in Malole, our dear people in Malole. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Notice of motion. The Honorable Government Deputy Chief Whip and Member of Parliament for Kembe.
Honorable members. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do adopt the report of the Zambian delegation on the 22nd Plenary Assembly session of the SADC Parliamentary Forum held in Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, from the 4th to the 11th of December 2022, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 22nd February 2023. Madam Speaker, pursuant of the standing orders number...
Before you proceed, is the motion seconded?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Seconded by the Honorable Member for Chinsali. The question is that the House do adopt the report of the Zambian delegation to the 52nd Plenary Assembly session of the SADC Parliamentary Forum held in Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC from 4th to 11th December 2022 for the second session of the 13th National Assembly laid on the table of the House on 22nd February 2023. Any debate? The Honorable Government Deputy Chief Whip.
And Madam Speaker, before I continue, I want to congratulate all the women who participated in the Women's Day around the entire country. And as the chairperson for the Zambian Women Parliamentarian Caucus, I stand proud that the new Dawn government is giving the peace and the space for all political parties, which was never the case under the PF government. And so we celebrate the peace under His Excellency Hakainde Hichilema and his Vice President, the Acting President, Mutale Nalumango. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Orders number 146 of the National Assembly Standing Orders 2021, I wish to give a statement on the proceedings of the plenary session as well as some of the key recommendations that resulted from the meeting. Madam Speaker, this August House may wish to take cognizance that the 22nd Plenary Assembly was held under the theme, The Role of Parliament in Strengthening Legislative Framework for Peace and Security in the SADC region, at the backdrop of the violence that has plagued the eastern region of the DRC. The theme, therefore, was a guiding compass to enable SADC parliaments to further navigate and self-reflect on the peace and security frameworks in the region. Madam Speaker, the objectives of the Second Plenary Assembly sought to promote interparliamentary cooperation, democracy, diplomacy and solidarity. Among SADC member parliaments, considered the avenues where parliaments may contribute to promote regional and international peace aimed at pursuing the African Agenda 2063 and Sustainable Development Goals, and promoting interparliamentary policy among SADC members with respect to shared values and common goals. In his keynote address, His Excellency Felix Anthony Tshisekedi Chilombo, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, employed the international community to condemn the unfair aggression on the sovereignty of the DRC, which has the raw and which has the unfortunate consequences on retarding the socio-economic development of the region. In concluding his speech, His Excellency, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, pledged his support for the transformation of the SADC Parliamentary Forum in the regional parliament. Madam Speaker, I am aware that honorable members have had the opportunity to read the speech. I now wish to highlight some of the key recommendations contained therein. Madam Speaker, the plenary resolved that member parliaments should take stock of the legislative frameworks that promote peace and security both at interstate and intrastate level. In this regard, the legislative sector needs to deliberate on the role and contribution of Parliament's engagement to the peace and security discourse in the southern region, bearing in mind the complementary effort already made by the relevant SADC organs. Madam Speaker, the plenary was resolute that Parliament needs to continuously carry out in-depth research in order to build capacity in understanding the dynamics that led to disturbances and conflicts in the region, such as the violence in the eastern region of the Democratic Republic of Congo and the banditry in the Cabo Delgado region in North Mozambique. This can be done through member states working closely with non-state actors which are responsible for capacity building initiatives within the region in order to achieve durable peace as a necessary precondition for sustainable development. Therefore, member states should enhance collaboration with civil society organizations, the church, and traditional leaders. Furthermore, the plenary recommended that parliaments should be centers of peace initiatives by crafting and advocating for policies that favor the inclusion of women in peace processes, including peacemaking and peace-building initiatives. Member states should ensure the meaningful participation of women in all peace and security process by promoting women leadership position in order to influence the decision-making trajectory in all sectors of governance. In the same vein, the plenary resolved to formulate the sustained policy that improves all tenets of good governance and promotion of the rule of law. Plenary observed that the underlying causes of conflicts in security emanated from non-adherence to constitutionalism, violation of fundamental rights and freedoms, and irregular holdings of elections, corruption, and the marginalization of ethnic groups. Madam Speaker, you may wish to note that the plenary pledged to redouble its efforts in engaging the outstanding countries to sign the amendment of the SADC Treaty, which lay the foundation in transforming the SADC parliamentary into a, I think, regional parliament. Madam Speaker, it is important all heads of states and governments in the region translate the 42nd SADC summit approval to transform the SADC PF into a SADC regional parliament by signing the treaty. This is because the transformation of the forum into a regional parliament is critical to influence change and respond to the demands of the citizens. Finally, Madam Speaker, the 52nd Plenary Assembly unanimously endorsed the Angola election as a true reflection of the will of the people of Angola. In the same vein, the Assembly resolved to ensure that going forward, election observers missions to member states become a budgeted for and mandatory activities. To ensure that the region tells its own story on elections, it was noted that the low participation in elections observation mission by member parliaments ran counter to the spirit and the latter of the 36th Plenary Assembly resolution that logistics for missions are to be funded by participating countries which filled their members accordingly. Madam Speaker, the delegation wished to put on record its appreciation for the service rendered by your office and the office of the Clerk of the National Assembly this undertaking. Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Does the seconder wish to speak now or later?
Now, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Chinsali.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in seconding this motion, I would like to share with this House that the Southern African Development Community Parliamentary Forum, SADC-PF, was established in 1996 and approved by the SADC Summit of Heads of States and Governments on 8 September 1997 in Blantyre, Malawi, to constitute a parliamentary consultative assembly, the ultimate goal being the establishment of a regional parliamentary framework for dialogue on issues of regional interests and concerns. Madam Speaker, you will recall that the Forum is a membership institution of national parliaments currently comprising of 15 member states, namely Angola, Botswana, the Democratic Republic of Congo, that is DRC, Lesotho, Madagascar, Malawi, Mauritius, Mozambique, Namibia, the Seychelles, South Africa, Eswatini, Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. Some of the objectives of the SADC-PF are to strengthen the implementation capacity of the SADC by involving parliamentarians in the affairs of SADC, to advocate the harmonization, ratification, domestication, and implementation of SADC protocols, treaties, and other decisions at national level, promote the principles of human rights, democracy, peace and security, regional integration, human and social development, economic governance, and gender equality through collective responsibility. To familiarize members of parliament with the objectives, priorities, and decisions of SADC. To provide a parliamentary perspective on issues affecting SADC countries. Provide a forum for discussion on matters of common interests to SADC, and to promote cooperation with other parliamentary organizations and other stakeholders. Madam Speaker, I can confidently say that SADC-PF has been a champion in the development of model laws. To date, Madam Speaker, SADC-PF has formulated 5 model laws, namely, number 1, the model law on eradicating child marriage and protecting children already in marriage. 2, the model law on elections. 3, the model law on HIV in Southern Africa. 4, the model law on gender-based violence. And 5, most recently, the model law on public financial management. Madam Speaker, a model law is a proposed series of laws pertaining to a specific subject that states may choose to adopt or reject in a whole or in part. Model laws aim to facilitate at national level the review and amendment of existing legislation as well as adoption of new legislation. Madam Speaker, with the regard to the theme of the 52nd Plenary Assembly on the role of parliaments in strengthening legislative frameworks for peace and security in the SADC region, I do welcome the proposal by the mover of the motion on avenues where parliament may contribute to promoting regional and international peace. In view of pursuing the African Agenda 2063 and the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDG 16. To give a quick brief of facts and figures, Madam Speaker, as of May 2022, the number of people forced to flee conflict, violence, human rights violations, and persecution had surpassed 100 million. In 2021 alone, Madam Speaker, 320 fatal attacks against human rights defenders, journalists, and trade unionists were recorded in 35 countries in the world. At least 13,842 deaths were associated with 12 of the world's deadliest armed conflicts in 2021, including 11,075 civilians. Even though civilian deaths dropped by 17% from 2020 and by 69% from 2015. Over the last decade, Madam Speaker, the world has spent 349 billion on peacekeeping, humanitarian relief, and providing refugee support. Madam Speaker, parliamentarians have a critical role to effectively legislate to ensure that bills that pursue peace efforts are adopted in different contexts, whether at household, school, national, or international level. Moreover, Madam Speaker, members of Parliament have the inherent ability to interrogate government measures and seek accountability on peace and security measures of territorial or extraterritorial nature. Parliament can thus effectively act as a check and balance and as a herald of peace-building measures. Madam Speaker, with these few remarks, Madam Speaker, I beg to second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate? The Honorable Member for Shiwangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to make a few comments in support of the motion which has been moved by the Deputy Whip, who was part of the delegation that went to this 52nd Plenary Assembly, which was held in Kinshasa of DRC, and ably seconded by Honorable MP for Chinsali Central, Honorable Kalalu Mukosa. Indeed, Madam Speaker, I'll premise my discourse on the debate I had when our delegation from the Pan-African Parliament came to present their report for adoption in this August House. And I was saying, Madam Speaker, that in as long as we don't get to give legislative authorities to these two parliamentary forums, it will be very difficult for us to implement some of the resolutions that are coming from these forums. You can see the period that it has taken from the time this Southern African Development Community Parliamentary Forum was established and where we are now. they are only able to develop model laws that we cannot automatically adopt in parliaments of member states. And therefore, it's important that as the theme states, and I quote, the role of parliamentarians in strengthening legislative frameworks for peace and security in the SADC region. What this is saying is that we have this common platform where legislators from member states of SADC will meet and come up with laws, and not only model laws, that can then be implemented by member states. But as long as they don't have that legislative authority, which I heard the move of the motion was speaking to, they will just remain as talking forums. You talk, you make resolutions and come back, and that's it. Yes, the SADC has got different structures that are helping in conflict management. For example, the Troika organ on politics, defense, and security, which draws membership from the member states. But that's not enough, Madam Speaker, because resolutions can only be resolutions. And if you look at the mechanism that are obtaining in SADC region, insofar as conflict management is concerned, there's much that needs to be done. The region in Mozambique, which is now under conflict, we have to depend on people from outside the continent. It's the same thing with the DRC, where this assembly was. The DRC has remained to be a country at conflict. What this does is that even as much as you are not affected, you cannot avoid to discuss the conflicts in Congo DRC. Why? Because Zambia has been a host to so many families that have been displaced from their heritage, who cover miles and miles to come and look for sanctuary. And Zambia has been hosting a number of these people. So everything that is happening there is of our concern. And the root causes that were being discussed on the agenda as root causes of conflict in our member states left one very key issue: natural capital, natural resources. Where you see conflicts, and this country that we are referring to, you find that where there is war, where there is conflict, it's people, greed people to cash in. And who supplies the military artillery to those conflict areas? Because we need to start addressing the source of these conflicts. Because people in the DRC, for example, don't manufacture firearms. But you find that the conflict areas have got firearms latest that these people that are poor are using to fight against each other, to allow those capitalists to exploit the rich minerals that are in those countries. In the end result, the poorest of the poor are made to move kilometers and kilometers to look for sanctuary in the SADC region. So until we get to a point where we start having sincere conversations as a region, it will be very difficult to pragmatically deal with this conflict. So the starting point is rightly what you were requesting for move of the motion, to ensure that we give legislative authority to both Pan-African Parliament and Southern African Development Community Parliamentary Forum to be turned into a full-fledged parliament. Parliament has funding resources to send our delegates to go and participate in those forums. They come with this report. What next? Yes, you have shared with us that you have adopted these 5 model laws. Where do we take them? So, Madam Speaker, these are the issues that we need to address. And my request to you, Madam Speaker, is to speed up our call to turn these forums into full-fledged legislative assemblies. Then we can start accepting what is coming from there, and we shall be bound by the laws that are being made in those forums. Lastly, Madam Speaker, and I'm saying, obviously, we have to, there's a treaty that needs to be signed, and we just need to ensure that through the processes, this is processed so that we do our part by domesticating this treaty in order for us to have this forum. That's the only way, Madam Speaker, you can deal with issues of human trafficking, because there will be laws that will be speaking to each other amongst the member states. You remember last week I was raising a concern about some Afghan nationals who came into the SADC region through Zimbabwe, and they were attempting to enter South Africa, but ended up here. So if we have tightened up our borders together and we are speaking the same language, it will be easier, Madam Speaker, because the moment we start creating suspicions, you receive certain people of concern who are being denied entry in other countries, it's very difficult to trust each other. And you know, Zambia will be soon assuming the chairmanship of Troika organ, which is very key in resolving conflicts. You can't resolve conflicts if people have got suspicions about your status. And so, my call to you, Madam Speaker, and your office and the clerk, is to see how quickly we can domesticate this treaty to turn these forums into full legislative assemblies. I submit.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lukulu East.
Madam Speaker, when I arrived in this parliament in 2008, the then government chief whip, Zenon Johnson Mwanga, told me that a man must only rise to speak only when it's necessary to do so, and not speaking just for the sake of speaking. Because then doing so, it would be like an empty tin that makes the loudest noise but does nothing. So I felt that I should contribute to this debate on the floor of the report from our delegation to the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Madam Speaker, I have been following the works of the SADC Parliamentary Forum for a very long time, although I have never been a delegate to this very important organ, right from the days when my colleagues, such as Honorable Nkombo, Honorable Msokotwane Stumbeko, were members of this very, very important organ. It is 16 years now from the time that the SADC Parliamentary Forum was constituted as a consultative wing of the mainstream SADC, basically to buttress the aims and objectives which have been ably highlighted by the two colleagues who have spoken. Yes, why is it very important? First of all, as you have heard, the SADC Parliamentary Forum has been able to put together what is known as model laws. In other words, these are some laws which all of us in the SADC region ideally would love to have in our parliaments. And in my many engagements, including on international platforms and fora, some of these model laws have been cited and quoted. And a good example is the model law on ending child marriage. This is a very, very important law which has taken a very long time for some countries to domesticate it for obvious reasons, as my colleague has said, because unfortunately this very important forum has no legislative authority. Okay, it's just a club or a group of parliamentarians representing their respective countries and wishing to participate in common themes that affect the region. It would be very, very critical and important if it is given that legislative authority. So you discover that some of the good works that come from there take so long to be included into parliaments. More so that in our jurisdiction, we do not have a mechanism where delegates came and reported here. So again, I want to congratulate this parliament, the change in standing orders, which now requires us to listen to some of our people who go out and attend these conferences, to give us reports and so on. I think through that, then they are able to tell us exactly what's going on, and as a result, we're able to debate and begin to incorporate this. Secondly, I want to congratulate the ministers, particularly for
I think youth and sports and also community development. In case members may not know or have forgotten that we passed recently the Child Code Bill, which is now the Child Code Act. And in there, Section 18 actually criminalizes child marriage. We have been, those of us who have been working very closely with the SADC Parliamentary Forum, have always admired our friends in Malawi. Here, we just talked and talked and talked. We did not have a legislative framework. But for the first time, people who continue to practice this vice just know that we now have a legislative framework to bring sanctions or penalize or send them to jail, which is contained in Section 27. And this was born out of this model law on ending child marriage. So I think this parliament has also begun to domesticate some of the tenets that are coming from the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Secondly, there's another model law on public finance, I think, which also the SADC Parliamentary Forum has done. And we also passed the law on public finance management. I think even a manual, if I recall, from a parliament side. These are some of the good works that have been coming from the efforts of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. But not only that, the SADC Parliamentary Forum has supported this parliament so much, particularly in the area of health. I recall that the Health Committee in 2017, myself, incidentally we were 10, but only 2 came back, myself and Kasune. And of course, our Deputy Speaker now. We toured Rwanda, we went around this country looking at various aspects of HIV, AIDS, access to, primarily because of the efforts and work of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Not only that, I have basically interacted with them, even consulted, went around trying to speak to other parliaments on the importance of works around health, especially SRHR, all because of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Unfortunately, and alas, as my colleagues have all lamented, it is not yet given that full legislative authority. And this has to be done by our heads of state, because they are the ones who came up with this idea and created it. So I would have loved also the mover and also the seconder to give a brief to us how far and where they are. I know that all we have been told that let us sign up to transform it, but who is willing, who is not willing, who is the hindrance, when will it be done? I would like to submit that this should be done as soon as it should, because it's very important. Several other model laws, particularly on HIV and AIDS, the forum has been very active in election monitoring. Many of our colleagues have gone on these trips sponsored by SADC PF to go and monitor these elections. The SADC PF, we have 5 delegates, if I'm not mistaken, who come from here. I just want to urge them to always keep us informed how far with regard to the status of changing it into a parliament with full legislative authority, so that whatever you decide there, we domesticate it here almost immediately. We are ready to do that, at least from my part. I am sure all of us. If there's any other reason, let us know why our heads of state do not want to do that, so that we can engage them. We think that this idea they created is very good. It has transformed parliaments, particularly SRHR. By the way, this parliament launched a caucus over the weekend, thanks to the effort of the project of SADC in this parliament. We visited Chisamba and so on, talking to the children, by the way, Minister, about these issues of child marriages, school dropouts over the weekend, and what came out was very interesting. So with just those few remarks, I wish to say that I support this report and urge other members to support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll take the last 2, the Honorable Member for Fera and Kawe Central. The Honorable Member for Fera.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just allow me, my sister has been missing. I don't know where she's been, saying corona. Yes, Madam Speaker, the motion before this House is very important. I know that as a country, we played a very important role in the liberation struggle of Southern Africa. And that role is very important for our children and most of us here, especially on the right, because I know they don't like reading, to understand that Zambia has been a leader in SADC to create democracy as well as peace. Madam Speaker, having said that, I would like to support the motion and indeed the theme that the role of Parliament in strengthening legislative framework for peace and security in SADC. But in doing so, I would just like to bring out some of the important issues, starting with the SADC Treaty. The SADC Treaty, obviously, which was born out of what was then called the frontline states, and that was cooperation between SADC countries. Under the SADC, member states believe that working together is more profitable than each country working separately. And indeed, I think that as a country, we need to take up that role in peace building within SADC and so forth. Therefore, the SADC Parliamentary Forum, which was fostered to promote political cooperation, is a very important body. And I think that as a parliamentarian, I'm very thrilled that today we are still talking about this. But most importantly, we need to take note that the first Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum was actually a Zambian and a former parliamentarian. This is Dr. Kasuka Mutukwa, who was at that time, I think, vice president for a party that was called SADECO. Now, issues of peace and security in SADC are very important to take note of. For us, even as we cooperate as parliamentarians, we need to ensure that our individual parliaments are themselves united. And I'm not quite happy with some of our parliaments. If we don't unite on our own, how is it possible that we can actually cooperate at SADC level? It is also important to take note that peace and security issues are also linked to economic activity and the superpowers' fight for natural resources. My colleagues have already alluded to the fact that there are countries that we have allowed to supply weapons so that we are divided. So as nations, we need to stand up and ensure that we stop all this. Our central governments, before they start cooperating with the EU, the Americans, and all these foreign entities, they need to start with our regional bodies. Therefore, it's very important that we look within SADC for not only as parliamentarians, but also, for many other forms of cooperation. It is important also, and I agree with Honorable Kampiongo, that we risk, relegating these important institutions to mere talk shows, where people travel and actually, just talk and come back, reports are being adopted, and just merely shoved. I look forward to our country taking a leading role in the resolutions that we have passed. And also, if you look at the SADC itself as it stands today, there are a lot of donors that finance these institutions. We cannot talk about freedom or SADC being independent, or each one of us, if these institutions continue receiving donor aid from the West. And in fact, we also risk creating a forum where these people start influencing us, including the issue, that has been linked to donor aid of late, which this House has heard of these so-called LGBTs, homosexuals, and so on. I think that we need to be independent, both in thought and in the way we conduct our business, without watering down the objectives. Therefore, the objectives of SADC, as they stand today, it's there to promote cooperation within the SADC community, which includes Zambia, more so at SADC Parliamentary Forum, so that as legislative bodies within SADC, we are able to create peace and promote political cooperation. Madam Speaker, before I sit down, I just want to say that one of the pitfalls is that even as a body, when we have objectives, we also listen so much to people from external influence. This is what has led this organization, and particularly most important economic blocks as well as political blocks, from not achieving their objectives. So even as I support the motion before this House, I just want to add that as member states of SADC, under not only as SADC Parliamentary Forum, but many other forms of cooperation. We need to ensure that we come together and work with that common purpose that we've been able to identify. One of the issues that was agreed under the SADC Treaty was that by 2008, we needed to have a common customs treaty. And this was going to ensure free flow of goods as well as people. However, that was actually undermined because we are going to be a very strong economic bloc by the donors, like I've said. So I urge each one of us to emulate our forefathers. Kaunda, Dr. Kaunda, our first president and late president, he actually used to say that the freedom of Zambia was not enough until all SADC countries are free. And indeed, this was followed up by many other leaders like Sam Nujoma, Robert Mugabe, and the others. Therefore, I conclude by saying that Zambia needs to take its leading role, the one that it played, and we invested so much in SADC. And on record, Zambia spent over 8 billion pounds to liberate Southern Africa. And I think that that was a good job, and we need to take up that role. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kabwe Central.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support the motion before this House. I want to say that I support the motion before this House as was deliberated, especially on strengthening the role of parliamentarian on legislative roles to make sure that we strengthen our peace, democracy, and unity in our region. I want to say that I support also on the model roles that they have suggested, because if we do not tackle the issue of early child marriage in the region, then we are not heading to any where the region will improve in terms of even socio-economic development, because we see a lot of our little children, girls who have been in marriages, who do not even understand what it means to be in a marriage, and who have children and have not even the impetus of making sure that their children also have good education and also their children are protected. So if we come with a model role that will compel every country in this region to make sure that we protect our girl child so that they have the education they need, even to be able to stand as they grow to take up key positions like being parliamentarians, taking those leading key, then we are not doing a justice to our country. We can only see our country thrive and develop if we enhance and protect our girl child. So I really support on this model law that will compel every country to make sure that we protect our girl child. And if our girl child is not protected, and we have these families that are not even be able to understand what it means to be a family, these are the families where we see a lot of GBV, where our children, there are a lot of fighting because they don't understand. And if there is a lot of fighting, we'll see a lot of children that will be in the streets. Because the smallest unity of every country is a family. If there's peace in the country, then it means we have got peace in the country. So it starts from a family. So we have to make sure that we make sure that as a region we protect and we see to it that the laws that pertains to gender-based violence is dealt with, and every country is compelled to make sure that they fall. I want to also speak on the issue of elections. If as a region we agree that and we uphold democracy, we are going to see a region that is peaceful. If the region is peaceful, we are going to see a region that is going to develop. Because as we do businesses,
order. The Honorable Minister of Information, please avoid passing between the person debating and the chair. Just like the Deputy Chief Whip. Honorable Member, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was just talking about the issue of elections, and when we talk about elections, we always think of the issue of democracy. So in the region, if we are going to uphold democracy, we are going to see a region that is going to develop. We are going to see a region that is peaceful. And if the region is peaceful, that's when we can see that even in businesses, we can do businesses properly, and this region can develop. If one country develops, another country is not developed, there is no peace in another country, then we cannot see any development in the whole region. We need to make sure that we unite, we uphold democracy in the region. I want to talk about also public funds management. It's very important that as a region we unite and we make sure that issues to do with corruption, issues to do with financial mismanagement, it is dealt with. Because as I've said, we can only develop when the whole region we are doing fine. If the whole region, we understand that if we do not manage our finances, then we will not see the development of this region. And we cannot even go to the next neighboring region for us to do business. We need to compete favorably by making sure that we uphold issues to do with financial management. It's very important, it's very prudent, and this is what, even if our neighbor is doing fine, even if my home is not doing fine, the other neighbor is doing fine, that is not good enough. We have to make sure that as a region we stand out, we protect what we have, we protect our finances. This is going to be good for the region. The last one is I would have loved that even the forum spoke about the 50-50 gender parity, which is very important also. We need to make sure that as women, we work side by side with men. And I want to bring this issue of coat of arms. It was talked by our president even when he came before this house. He said, can we make sure that we respect these instruments? We can see a man and a woman. A man alone to flaunt themselves without women, we cannot perform better. So we need to look at this issue. We have countries in this region that are doing fine, but again, other countries, like our country, is not doing fine. We are going backwards. But if you can also come up with a model that is going to make sure that at least we try by all means to reach somewhere near or reaching 50-50%, men and women representation, this is going to be good for us. As I've spoken before, women are the majority, in our region, even in our country here, and we want to make sure that at least we front women to make sure that they work hard. Women always work hard. So we want to make sure that as women, we help each other to make sure that we are working side by side, men and women, because without women, as I've said, we cannot perform better. And we cannot even see the issues to do with food security in our region. Because women, they work hard, they are the majority. They are the one who sees to it that in a home, children are being fed, children, they go to school. So let us make sure that as said PF, as we will be going back, as we will be reporting, make sure that we would have loved that you look at this model also to make sure that we support ourselves in the region. Those that have gone ahead of us, they support, they tell us how they managed to work together in a home. There's no beautiful home where there's no woman. There's no beautiful country where there are no women who are working side by men. So please, let's make sure that we look into that issue also. It's going to help us in the region. Madam Speaker, thank you so much.
Thank you. The Honorable Government Deputy Chief Whip, wind up debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would love to appreciate everyone that has debated, from the Opposition Chief Whip, Honorable Kampyongo, Honorable Chrysosta Windy Piri, for really echoing the voices of women that in this country we are lagging behind when it comes to women participation in Parliament, especially as we look forward to 2026. We need a 50-50 representation. This is a cry of our women folks out there. I'd love also to appreciate Honorable Feira. Honorable, you are so endowed with a lot of information, a lot of history, and indeed we appreciate what you had to submit. I want also to appreciate the able Member of Parliament, Mukosa, who seconded the motion and indeed has been really involved in these issues. I also want to appreciate the other members of Parliament who are part of this delegation, Honorable Mazoka, Honorable Nyambose, Honorable Jeff Murewa, Honorable Victor Lumai. I hope I haven't left anyone, but also Honorable Kalila, and really indeed the entire House, to ensure that we do see this SADC Parliamentary Forum to become a parliament, because a lot of our members here and some are ministers, this has been their springboard to become even where they are. So we look forward to formalizing SADC PF as a parliament. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I submit.
Thank you. I put the question. The question is that this House do adopt the report of the Zambian delegation to the 52nd Plenary Assembly session of the SADC Parliamentary Forum held in Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, from 4th to 11th December 2022 for the second session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on 22nd February 2023. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it, and the question is resolved in the affirmative. The clerk will now read the order of the day.
Thanks, His Excellency the President's address. Motion of 28 February, resumption of debate.
When the House adjourned on Tuesday, 7th March 2023, the House was considering the motion moved by the Honorable Member for Mapatizia that the thanks of this Assembly be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in His Excellency the President's address, and the Honorable Member for Chiluvi was debating. May the Honorable Member continue. There's a point of order. Before the Honorable Member for Chiluvi comes in, what is your point of order on who?
Madam Speaker, I rise on a procedural point of order. The practice in this August House, Madam Speaker, is such that when a motion as important as the one we have just adopted, whose report we have just adopted, is tabled, there is need to hear from the executive. I know that the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs is away. He must have been away with the President. But I can see capable ministers who should have covered him. Madam Speaker, it has never happened. Is the executive in order to abdicate their duties, these able ministers, to keep quiet and mute? When I report, it's not straightforward. You should understand, this is governance. You are governing. That's the problem. You don't learn. Colleagues, we are here to orient each other. We are here to see you succeed. That's why you can never be a minister. You are just,
Honorable Member for Shiwangandu, please concentrate on
Madam
your
Speaker,
point of order.
is the executive in order to remain mute? And that's why we are lamenting here. That's why maybe we can't even get this ratified and domesticated. Are they in order to remain mute like water in fridge? On a very important motion like this one, I seek your serious... And I'm saying they are able. I know that they are able. They could have managed to articulate government position on this very matter. But on a serious note, Madam Speaker, are they in order to remain quiet as we are adopting this very important report? I seek your serious guidance.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member for Shiwangandu. Of course, usually when there is a motion, there is a minister who is supposed to respond. But for this type of motion, I tried to inquire, and I was told that they don't normally respond to such a motion. So, because of that, they are in order not to respond. We can now move on. The Honorable Member for Chiluvi will continue with his debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I was curtailed by time, I was trying to underscore that the speech that the President made and what he said in Parliament and what is in this they are at variance. If you go and take the verbatim, the characters, the sentences are almost a million in each other. Apart from that, the tone that was used from the official speech, I want to go on record. The official speech and what was said, the tone was the tone by the president when he was here. He was dividing the angels and devils, as usual, where he was saying some of them should have social shame and the like. And I think I would like to appeal that we are all members of parliament, and I think in the same breath the president was saying we should cooperate. He should not separate members of parliament with that particular language. Especially, having said that, I would like to say that Article 8, which talks about the values, amplified by Article 9.2, is very straightforward on those issues. He further on went to talk about the 130 constituencies that have performed in terms of the bursaries. But he talked about 26, and I think I heard the echoes where people are saying PF, PF. And I think that kind of defeasible approach, I know that the president would have been just giving a record, should not be entertained. Madam Speaker, on page 20, the president addressed an issue of deforestation. And he talked about planting trees, 2 million trees, for the next 5 years. And I am more concerned about what is happening to our natural resources. During the PF, we used to hear about too much about mukula, mukula, mukula this, mukula that, mukula this. That has gone silent. I would have loved that since the president was talking about deforestation, you would have also told us what is happening to our mukula currently. Whether government is involved in doing the mukula or it is youth chairpersons at provincial level that are doing the mukula. That we would have loved to get. I think that would have given a good picture. Madam Speaker, the president did address the issue of alcohol policy, especially as it relates to outreach. But I think we would have loved, the people of Chirubi would have loved the president to address, to ascertain that alcohol is one of the drivers of spread of HIV. As we speak, 61,000 plus are new infections in the country. And I think we are grappling with this issue of sexual and reproductive health and so forth. But 61% plus is an issue. But out of that number, 15 to 25, which is 40% of that age group, are young people that is associated with in terms of institutional learning. I think we would have loved that the 3 documents that are to the Minister of Youth could be funded to defeat this particular scourge, because juvenile delinquency is growing out of proportion in this country. And I think that statistic would have been very important in looking at this. Madam Speaker, the president also talked about improving the quality of local goods and services on page 7 and 8. And I think the only thing that he referred to is that the people that are using the issue of proudly Zambian logo have increased from 47 to 69. I would have loved that the president would have gone further to talk about how many of the Zambian companies have been empowered. Madam Speaker, the current corruption index, as reviewed by Transparency International Zambia, shows that corruption is on the increase. We do not want a situation where corruption becomes monozygotic twins with the issue of UPND. Because if corruption is on the side, and the president in the speech said it is on the slope, those, I think, are variants. Madam Speaker, allow me to address the procurement system, which has been micromanaged in line with ethics and morals of our nation. The fertilizer deal, I would like to emphasize that still smells a fish, and I think a rotten fish, that we need to address. And I think when we look at this, let us be magnanimous enough to address that particular deal, because it borders on food security, it borders on a lot of things, and I think we don't want our people to suffer because of wrong ants in procurement of fertilizer. Madam Speaker, the President only associated the passing of the Child Code Bill to the success of the UPND, which I would like to appreciate that that was also a missed opportunity. It was a missed opportunity because if you remember, Madam Speaker, when we were passing the Child Code Bill, we marshaled support from both sides to make sure that that becomes national law, because we do realize, as parents, as uncles, and aunties, that our children need an environment of protection. And I think that kind of style, where we pass a particular act, or maybe the bill becomes an act as parliament, then it is associated with only one part as being successful. That style, I think it's not a very good style of making sure that the norm and the style of what is in the Commonwealth in terms of such addresses is taken on board. Madam Speaker, I think I also want to wrap up this by appealing to the President that above all is the Republican President and a father for everybody. And if he's a father for everybody, let him come here with a tone that addresses the interests of the Zambians, not where the choir, it becomes the choir master and then the choir is saying Mashori. And see, when we look at such, that is a reference, it's figurative language. So, when you talk about that, you are talking about an issue.
Your time is up, Honorable Member. The Honorable Member for Petauke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Petauke this opportunity to contribute on the presidential address motion. Madam Speaker, the good people of Petauke, they want to thank what the President talked about CDF. Madam Speaker, the good people of Petauke, when this CDF was brought, they were very happy that indeed now things will move equally. But Madam Speaker, this CDF, because of bureaucracy, the good people of Petauke, they haven't yet started seeing the fruits of CDF, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this CDF, the good people of Petauke, they're very worried because the beneficiary of CDF, as we are speaking right now, it's the banks, Madam Speaker. It's the banks, because even for the first time, Zanaco Bank has made huge profits because of CDF, because of the bureaucracy. We are not using the money which the people are supposed to benefit. As we are talking right now, Madam Speaker, in the account of CDF in Petauke Central Constituency, we have got the money for 2021, which is still sitting because of bureaucracy. Money for 2022, which is sitting in the account because of bureaucracy.
Order, Honorable Member, there is a point of order. The Honorable Member for Solwezi East, what is your point of order?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just rising on a point of order. Based on our standing order, Madam
Please
Speaker.
go ahead.
I'll quote at the end. I was seated quietly here listening to Honorable Member for Petauke as he is expounding on his debate. And Honorable Dr. Karila here, disturbing us by narrating that empty tins make noise. I don't know really who he is referring to. Madam Speaker, I seek your ruling. Thank you.
Honorable Member, you didn't even cite the standing order. Therefore, your point of order is not admissible. Please, let's be mindful of time. I can see there is a list here of members of parliament who want to debate. The Honorable Member for Petauke, please continue with your debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that's why when we bring motions here, the Dow MPs, the so-called doctors, they fail to articulate them, but when businessman goes...
Honorable member for Petauke, order. The honorable member for Petauke, your people are listening to your debate. And now you are bringing the issue of Dow ministers when in this house we've got honorable members of parliament. And that word Dow, honorable member, is unparliamentary. Can you please withdraw that word?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I withdraw the word Dow Doctor for the Member of Parliament for Sorowezi East. I withdraw that you are Dow, but you should be, I replace it with, he should be thinking properly like a doctor who acquired the degree for him to be called a doctor. Not just here to make, to behave like a witch doctor.
The honorable member for Petauke, all the honorable members, honorable member for Petauke, we are looking at the presidential speech. I've gone through this speech so many times. Nowhere did I find the president mentioning about a Dow doctor. Can you please be focused on the presidential speech, which we all have? Let's not go astray. Let's be focused. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the good people of Petauke, right now, there are some communities which are covering almost 20 kilometers. But Madam Speaker, the moment I took office in Petauke, after voting, and after the president pronouncing that there's this CDF, everyone were in jubilation, Madam Speaker. And we quickly approved that we should put health post, we should put school infrastructure, we should buy desks, also to help the president to implement free education, Madam Speaker. But from the time, Madam Speaker, we approved, Madam Speaker, because of this bureaucracy, nothing. The good people of Petauke, they're still covering long distance, Madam Speaker, to access health posts. The good people of Petauke, Madam Speaker, their children, they're still covering long distance to access education. And I remember one of the time, the president even went to Copper Belt and he asked the ministers, MP, councillors, council chairman, that we should help him to work on the bureaucracy so that at least things should move. But I don't know what is happening. The president is not being helped in this CDF. Up to now, the bureaucracy is still the same, Madam Speaker. And the good people of Petauke, they're very worried, Madam Speaker, because they can't be suffering seeing their money seated in bank, whereby the banks, they're the ones benefiting, Madam Speaker. So we ask the ministers, as the ministers, MP, council chairman, councillors, the way the president pronounced in Copper Belt that we should quickly work on the bureaucracy to help him, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the president also talked about deforestation in his speech. Madam Speaker, the good people of Petauke, on this one, they really support the president, and the good people of Petauke, they have also sent me to push a motion, and I'm sure right now the so-called doctors will come and support this motion. this motion of this motion, Madam Speaker, to support to curb deforestation in our country. As we are talking, a lot of rural constituencies, Madam Speaker, when building school infrastructure, health infrastructure, we use pan bricks. And those pan bricks, Madam Speaker, we cut trees to, we cut trees to make sure that those pan bricks are matured to use them, Madam Speaker. So the good people of Petauke, they have sent me to push a motion so that each and every constituency in Zambia, they shouldn't allow any infrastructure being built by government using pan bricks, so that at least the Minister of Green Economy here, he should be sitting comfortably knowing that the trees are safe and the climate change, at least he will be receiving these lands on time, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the President also talked about sustainable development. Sustainable development, Madam Speaker, for us to proudly talk about sustainable development, we must ensure that there is a trickle-down effect, Madam Speaker. The benefit from the mineral wealth is not trickling down to the communities where the minerals are being mined. For example, Madam Speaker, when you go to Kasenseri, the owner of the people from Winirunga, they are not benefiting. There were mountains in the Kasenseri mine, but they are disappearing. And as a result, because there's no trickle-down effect, only the certain group, they're the ones benefiting. As a result, Madam Speaker, the cost of living right now is going up, Madam Speaker. Because of trickle-down effect, there's nothing. So we'll ask the Minister of Mine also to help the President to trickle-down effect. When we talk about Black Mountain, the people of Wusakile, Ngana, they never benefited on the ground, Madam Speaker.
Order, Honorable Member, your time is up. Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chama North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for according me this opportunity on behalf of Chama North constituents to debate the presidential speech delivered on 24th February this year in regard to progress made in application of national values and principles. Madam Speaker, the President touched on a number of issues, but due to time limitations, I will only focus on very few key areas. Madam Speaker, the President spoke about the issue of One Zambia, promoting the spirit of One Zambia, One Nation. Indeed, this country has a number of ethnic groupings, but this country has continued to enjoy peace and stability since independence, and this has not come by accident. It has come because of the wise leadership which was provided to this great nation by Dr. Kenneth Kaunda and his comrades, who managed to unite more than 72 tribes under the umbrella of One Zambia, One Nation. Madam Speaker, just to quote what the President said, that as a nation we do not and will never condone tribalism. It is retrogressive and denies our people equal opportunities to reach their full potential. It is true that tribalism actually is worse than corruption. We must not continue to bury our heads in the sand, that tribalism exists in this country in private and public institutions. And I think it is important that we must continue to provide, to ensure that this country remains united. It is a fact that people are being segregated in terms of employment based maybe on political affiliation, based on regional affiliation. And I think it is important that we must take a radical action to weed out corruption in the, tribalism in this country. If tribalism existed in the past, it cannot be justified now. So I think it is important that we must ensure that we continue to promote the spirit of One Zambia, One Nation in honoring the legacy of Dr. Kenneth Kaunda and his comrades. That's why today this country is united, and we must continue to create a just society where Zambians, regardless of their tribe and region, should have equal opportunities. Madam Speaker, I go to fight against corruption. I am a strong advocate against the fire. I am a strong advocate for the fight against corruption. But this country has not scored a success story in the fight against corruption, because we have narrowed down the fight against corruption to politicians rather than taking a holistic approach. Therefore, I feel that we have failed actually to deal with the root cause of corruption. It takes two to tango, but we have seen a culture in this country where politicians are the main focus in the fight against corruption. When Dr. Kaunda left office in 1991, he was pursued that Dr. Kaunda actually plundered national resources. But the then government of Chiruwa brought Scotland Yard, investigated Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, and millions of dollars were spent, and just to discover that Dr. Kaunda was as clean as was his white handkerchief. I think it is important that if we have to fight corruption, we have to ensure that we build the strong state institutions of good governance. I think the trend has continued. Even when the MMD left office, Mr. Lupia Buzanbanda, may his soul rest in peace, was also pursued for corruption. Now we have got so many leaders in the former government who are again being pursued for corruption. As my brother, Member of Parliament Chirube, has stated, that corruption has been increasing. If you look at the Transparency International Perception Index, Corruption Perception Index, Zambia is among the 116 out of 180 countries as the least corrupt country in the world. This is because that we have narrowed down this fight against corruption to the politicians instead of allowing these law enforcement agencies to fight corruption professionally. And we should not allow a situation where law enforcement agencies abuses their office by, especially on the forfeiture of proceeds of crime. I feel that if we are not careful as a country, we'll be hurting entrepreneurship in this country. We have a lot of nationals, foreign nationals, who have wealth which they can't explain, but our law enforcement agencies are not following these particular individuals. Lastly, but not the least, Madam Speaker, the President talked about increasing access to electricity. How do we increase access to electricity when the connection fees are becoming exorbitant? Less than 45% of Zambians have access to electricity 58 years after independence. I believe that that is not a success story to write home about. I think it is important that the government has a responsibility to put in place measures to ensure that connection fees are affordable to the majority of the Zambian people if we have to achieve universal access to electricity. Otherwise, whatever speeches we make, I think will just be a talking shop. So I think we must be able to take practical measures to ensure that the majority of our people have access to electricity. I'll give, for example, Egypt. Egypt has managed to achieve 100% access to electricity, both in urban and rural areas. But if you look today in this country, the majority of our people in rural areas do not have access to electricity. I come from a constituency in Chama North where we have had no any project under the Rural Electrification Fund since REA was created in 2003, both Chama North and Chama South. We have 7 palaces, 7 chiefs. None of our chiefs has electricity in their palaces. So I think as the REA is implementing the master plan, I think we must take into account district constituencies which had not benefited from the rural electrification, because the people of Chama also deserve to have a fair share of the national cake. With these few remarks, Madam Speaker, I say thank you, I submit.
Thank you. We are going to balance up debate. The Honorable Member for Rufwanyama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the people of Rufwanyama an opportunity to debate on the address of the President to the National Assembly on 24th February. Madam Speaker,
Order, Honorable Member for Rufwanyama, there is an indication for a point of order. The Honorable Member for Rumezi, what is your point of order?
Thank you so very kind, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I raise on Standing Orders 2024, read together with Article 76(1) of the Constitution of the Republic of Zambia, where the privileges for members are enshrined. Madam Speaker, you had guided much earlier on a matter that had raised on public emergency importance, that it should be raised as a question. And I remember in my submission, I'd mentioned that members are being threatened. The Journals Department have refused to craft a question saying it does not qualify as an urgent question. I seek your serious ruling, Madam Speaker, if that is not stepping on our privilege as members of Parliament, starting from Article 76(1) up to Article 78(2). I seek your serious ruling, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Lumezi. I think that is more an administrative matter, which I can assure you that the Office of the Clerk are going to look into that, and they will definitely get back to you. Thank you. The Honorable Member for Rufwanyama, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was just saying I would like to support the address of the President to the National Assembly on 24th February 2023, which talked about so many things. It talks about morality and ethics. It talked about, democracy, patriotism, and unity. This was one of the best speech the President could give, as you can see, because it covered a lot of things. We are talking about human dignity, equity, social justice, and equality. So, Madam Speaker, the New Dawn government has done away some of the things maybe which were happening in the past, like discrimination. When we talk about, discrimination, discrimination is something which is very, very bad. We could even see after the President addressing the National Assembly, he went and greeted our brothers that side, so there was no discrimination. Discrimination is not good because it deters development. It takes away the human capital, which is very, very important when you discriminate. Because you are going even to discriminate those people which can develop the country. The New Dawn government is trying by its own means to do away with this vice. Even when it comes to CDF, Madam Speaker, CDF comes at once. There is no discrimination. There is no constituency which is left out. It's dispersed at the same time. We want to thank the Minister of Local Government for such a good thing. Madam Speaker, the New Dawn administration Madam Speaker, the President talked about the national unity, which is very, very important. We have to be united, even as members of Parliament and the nation at large. We are supposed to be united so that we can develop the country.
Order, honorable member. There is an indication for a point of order. The honorable member for Shiwangandu, what is your point of order?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I rise on a point of order, Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 65, 1B. Madam Speaker, I'm sitting here quietly, listening, trying to follow the debate of the Honorable MP for Fwanyama, in whom I'm so pleased, Madam Speaker. Our former capable district commissioner under the PF government in Chiravombwe, very hardworking.
Please
In Karurushi, Madam
debate,
Speaker.
don't debate the honorable member. I think you can go straight to your point of order.
And I can see that we trained him very well. Is in order, Madam Speaker, to make his bet based on assumptions. Because this August House, there's a new voice which has been away for a long time, trying to help you, Madam Speaker. Is in order, Madam Speaker, because when he says there was segregation, the President could come there and he greeted the people on this side. It has been a tradition, Madam Speaker, just to orient the honorable colleague. But is in order, Madam Speaker, to insinuate that there was segregation before and there's no segregation now, when many of members are making serious lamentations about segregation. Is in order, Madam Speaker, to debate in such a fashion? Like I've said, I trained him well. Now I don't know what is happening. Now that he's here. I think so serious ruling and guidance, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much. I think from the way the honorable member for Rufwanyama came in, when he said the President was free to move to all sides of the house, to him, it meant that there is no segregation. We cannot rule that out. That is what he thinks himself. He was not there in the previous parliament, but he is now in the parliament and he's seeing these things. So for him, it's a sign that there is no segregation by the President. No, he's in order. Because he's
Thank
talking
you,
about
Madam
the
Speaker.
President now. We can continue.
Madam
No.
Speaker, the President also talked about democracy in our nation. He talked about people being free in participating in the by-elections, which we have seen. Of the past by-elections, we have seen that people are free to campaign freely without being interfered by the other parties. This, Madam Speaker, we had a by-election in Fwanyama last time, and everyone was free to campaign. So the President means very, very well. Madam Speaker, the President talked about also free speech. People are free now to talk about their political lives, though, Madam Speaker, some people have misused the democracy which we have, more especially on the social media, trying to divide the country, which are those bad national values, whereby they will talk about other people and things which are not true, and hate speech. Madam Speaker, when you talk about human dignity, the New Dawn government under our President Hakainde Chilema cares about our youths. You find most of the youths have been empowered through CDF, loan boosters, and many other things, which shows that, you know, our people are able now to get, the grants from CDF. And these loans which the youths are getting, they are helping them to make sure that, they develop and their lives will never be the same again. And this is happening in every constituency because it's under CDF. Unless those who don't want their people to benefit. These are the national values, Madam Speaker, we are talking about. The new Dawn government has introduced free education, which has seen our girls who are also pregnant to come back in school. The early marriages, the president talked about the early marriages which should be discouraged. And there is what we call keeping girls in school. After, these girls, they can come back to, after, they are pregnant and they have stopped breastfeeding, they can go back in school. Madam Speaker, when we talk about education, the new Dawn government employed more than 30,000 teachers, and Rufanyama was the beneficiary. More than 793 teachers were given to Rufanyama to make sure that, every community school has got a teacher in Rufanyama. Not even a single school doesn't have got a teacher there. At first, there were community workers, but at the moment we have got trained teachers which are there in Rufanyama. Madam Speaker, on this one also.
Order, Honorable Member. As the time is 1840 hours, I interrupt the proceedings and debate stands adjourned. Day for resumption of debate.
Tomorrow, Madam Speaker.
Debate to resume tomorrow. The House is now adjourned.
Thank you so much for being with us on Parliament Television. The House is adjourned till tomorrow at 09 hours. Let's quickly look at what has been considered on the floor of the House when business resumed at 14:30 hours. Business did begin by Madam First Deputy Speaker making two announcements. And the first announcement, Madam Speaker did remind the House that the debate on the motion of thanks to the President's special address, which commenced on 28 February 2023, in accordance with the Standing Order 20 of the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Orders 2021. The debate lasts for 10 sitting days. Therefore, the last day for debating the motion is Thursday, 16th March 2023. In this regard, and by practice, the last 3 days are reserved for the executive to debate and respond to the issues raised by the backbench. This means that starting from Tuesday, 14th March 2023, priority will be given to honorable ministers to debate the motion before its conclusion on Thursday, 16th March 2023. And the other announcement, Madam Speaker, did remind honorable members that on Thursday, 2nd March 2023, the Honorable Second Deputy Speaker directed the Minister of Health to render a ministerial statement on the outbreak of typhoid in some parts of Petauke Central Parliamentary Constituency. The directive followed a matter of urgent public importance raised by Mr. Emmanuel J. Banda, Member of Parliament for Petauke Central Parliamentary Constituency. The ministerial statement was scheduled for today, Thursday, 9th March 2023. However, the statement will be issued in course this next week. And after that, there was a ministerial statement which was rendered on the floor of the House by the Minister of Education, Honorable Douglas Yakalima MP, and this ministerial statement was after he was directed by Madam First Deputy Speaker following the matter of urgent public importance raised by Pambashe Member of Parliament, Mr. Ronald Chitotela, on what led to the peaceful protest by University of Zambia students, and the minister did brief the House on what led to the protest and the measures government is taking to improve the sanitation challenges at the University of Zambia along Great East Road campus. And we did see quite a number of members of parliament making follow-up questions, seeking clarity from the Minister of Education. After that ministerial statement, the House did proceed to consider 3 questions for oral answer. And the first question for oral answer, understanding Order 76, and these are questions of urgent nature. And question 189 did come from Mr. Remember Mutale, who is Chitambo Member of Parliament, and this question was directed to the Minister of Health, and the member wanted to find out whether the government is aware of an outbreak of a strange disease that is causing patients to shake and become weak in the following areas in Central Province, Kanona Ward in Serenje District, and Chitambo Ward in Chitambo District. And according to the minister, did respond that, and this was the acting Minister of Health, and this is Honorable Brenda Tambatamba, who was responding on behalf of the Minister of Health. And it did say that government is very much aware of the strange disease in these wards. And on the 20th of September, government responded to an alert of a record showing that 28 people have presented these symptoms. And if so, what causes the disease? The minister did say that this disease is caused by the exposure to manganese, which is mined in Central Province. And what urgent measures are being taken to contain the disease? The minister did say that the immediate suspension of sourcing and mining of manganese in the area, medical surveillance of works, rotation of workers to lessen on the exposure, among other reasons. And after that, the House proceeded to consider question for oral answer, understanding Order 74. And the question 190 did come from the Member of Parliament for Chifunabuli, and this is Ms. Nyemba, and this question was directed to the Minister of Education, and she wanted to find out whether government has any plans to construct laboratories at Lower Secondary School in Chifunabuli District for the following: information and communication technology. And the minister did say that yes, government has plans to construct ICT laboratories in the country, and Chifunabuli is not an exceptional. And the B part of the question, the member of Chifunabuli wanted to find out if so when the plans will be implemented. According to the Minister of Education, did say that it will be implemented in 2024, subjected to the availability of funds. And there was a presentation of a report by the Honorable Member of Parliament for Kembe, and this is Honorable Princess Kasune, and this was about urging the House to adopt a report of the Zambian delegation to the 52nd plenary assembly session of the SADC Parliamentary Forum held in Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo, from 4th to 11th of December 2022 for the second session of the 13th National Assembly, and this document was laid on the table of the House on 22nd February 2023. And we did see quite a number of members of Parliament debating this report, and the report has since been adopted. There was resumption of the motion, thanks His Excellency the President, motion of 28 February 2023, and at the time business was interrupted yesterday. It was Chilobi Member of Parliament who was debating, I beg your pardon, on Tuesday. It was Mr. Fube, Mulenga Fube, was on the floor of the House debating this motion, and when the motion came up for consideration, he did proceed and debate. And at the time business was interrupted, it was Mr. Kenny Siajisumo, who is Lufwanyama Member of Parliament, who was debating this motion. So tomorrow, when the motion comes up for consideration, he will continue debating. So basically, that's the business that has been considered on the floor of the House today. Join us tomorrow at 09 hours when business resumes. On behalf of my 2 sign language interpreters, and this is Chola Kaumanda Jason Manda, my name is Paul Sentindov, and indeed not forgetting the entire production crew. We'll be back tomorrow at 9. Thank you so much for your time, and keep watching Parliament Television until we close at 19. Good day.
the ante. It's such a free upgrade na 40 on entertainment. This too could be yours. That's right. It's your free upgrade. Pay for access and get upgraded to family. Oh. Pay for family